All right, so last week, after successfully clearing the red caps and a surprise Fomorian purchased by one of our audience members with the their $35 wonderful in donations that almost killed certain people. Yeah, that guy's real work. He was like a real piece of crap. That's all I'm saying. But I enjoyed it. Whatever.
Not even I enjoyed it.
So you cleared out the red caps, and Queen Jacqueline of the Kingdom of Leor, which you are currently within the boundaries of, went and spent the day in prayer with the goddess, and finally came back and was just like, so we're going to agree to rejoin the Banner Alliance, which you desperately need them to because they're one of the largest and most powerful kingdoms on the Shattered Coast. They're going to send military support and aid and get ready to join the open battle or the opening war against the dragons of Takesis. And but it also kind of came with a warning. She said that she foresaw through the avatar called the Huntress that there was a great doom in your future. That somebody in your party was destined to do something terrible or bring something terrible upon either the world or just upon yourselves.
I hope it's me.
And she said, despite that, she was willing to join forces and leave you basically as kind of like the designated champions of Leor that you had, since she had awarded you with official medals. Those only reserved for knights before they go questing for the Grail and for the Avalon itself. And her brother, Guillermo, basically reinforced that. He said, the gods aren't all-knowing and all-powerful. They can be mistaken, and you can change your fates. So with that being known, it's kind of what they're hoping that whatever she saw or whatever she was told is misguided in some way. And there's only one actual goddess who can see the strands of fate and knows everybody's future, and that wasn't who she was talking to. So, then leaving, going back to camp, trying to re-enter it, you were happened upon by a great and large silver dragon, which landed at camp and said, we've basically finished our dragon moot. The metallic dragons have finished our convening together to discuss, the war and what's happening. And they had come to a decision, and that's basically where we left off. So, as the camp slowly kind of steps back from utter chaos once they realize that this is a metallic dragon and not a chromatic dragon. Almost everybody kind of lets their guard back down. People are kind of getting back up because, she'd been more or less just kind of came from the horizon from behind over the woods and just scared everybody. Went fleeing, hiding. The knights were gathering together and, trying to get ready to defend their queen. But so the large, the majesty of this overwhelming dragon as kind of the setting sun is the last bits of light are just kind of careening off of these silver scales. The dragon eventually kind of just drops from the dragon form and ends up in this very humble looking gnome that kind of just takes this dragon's place. Just this short, very kind of meek tinker gnome with these glasses and this kind of greenish and blackish two-toned hair and these almost not necessarily aristocratic but kind of well-maintained and nice clothes, like traveler's clothes with a cloak. But he kind of walks over to you and does. So, if we can, let us go to one of your tents, and we should probably discuss something.
Oh, yeah. No kidding.
Meanwhile, you looking past, you can see all the knights and Queen Jacqueline and everybody are just trying to looking at each other and looking all at you, because the dragon has more or less ignored almost everything else around and is just speaking to the four of you.
My tent is right here. I say we go have a talk.
And I just look at everyone else. We've got this. Don't worry about it.
You see them all kind of like start talking to each other. So very worried looks, confusion.
As we turn to go towards the tent, I lean out. We'll just be a couple minutes, and I close it for privacy.
Okay. All right, so you lead this quaint little meek gnome back to your tent. All right. So, as you enter the tent,
way to go.
you know, this little gnome,
You did it.
she used her bed. Anyways, she knows where her home is now. It's our doggo. We can have some doggos in chat. So, as this gnome kind of rushes into the tent ahead of you, it kind of starts looking at stuff, starts opening up chests, pulling out drawers, and starts grabbing, like, rummaging through Godric's crap. Just immediately goes over to, like, his adventurer's pack and just flips it open and just, like, fucking, like, Yoda and fucking Empire Strikes Back. It's just like, boom, boom, this is interesting, that's crap, out loud, just narrating what it thinks about all of his supplies and stuff. And then kind of comes over to you and like starts looking at Gwendolyn and is like, oh, I remember that. And then just kind of, so, about our people. So we've decided that until we know more about the Cult of Domination's more direct plans, the greater ancient dragons actually believe that it's best to wait to see how they plan to bring Takesis back from Avernus before we actually join in any fighting. Regardless of what our chromatic kin are doing, not all chromatic dragons are rallied behind the Cult of Domination. So we cannot outright declare war against our kin until they make their allegiances fully aware and known. Outright.
Well, can't you just declare war specifically against the Cult of Domination? Like, maybe not all chromatic dragons, but if you pick that side, you're on our naughty list kind of thing?
No.
Okay, I guess that's that.
The problem is we don't really know what the Cult of Domination encompasses and who it represents. So declaring outright war with the Cult of Domination could be declaring war on factions of people or kingdoms and different lands that have no idea that the Cult of Domination is within their borders. They have no idea. What should we do if we declare war against the Cult of Domination and find out that dragons who support them or individuals who support them are in Kriyat, who we are currently not at war with? What should we do then? The Cult of Domination is not an outward-facing enemy that is dressed with armies on the battlefield. They are a religion and a belief system at the moment currently. So we could declare war on Emrath and their holdings there, but the people of Emrath, as far as we can tell due to our spies, have no idea that the Cult of Domination is behind the wave of attacks hitting Bravadis, or behind the formation of the Red Legions and the Hobgoblin mercenaries and the war that's happening there, plus all the disruption here.
Well, so, like, the only problem with that, right, is that's kind of how this has become such a big issue in the first place, is letting them go about their business. I get what you're saying. You want them to kind of show their hand and make themselves known for what they are, but just waiting doesn't sound like that's going to be effective in doing that, right?
It's effective for us, which was what we decided. That's where you come in. You're already at war with them. They already know who you are.
So the idea is we're going to coax them into showing everyone, oh my god, they're totally evil?
You're going to coax them into finding out who and where the people in charge are for us.
And how do we go about doing that?
I don't know. It's your business, not ours.
You want to convert? We join the cult?
No.
Maybe we could convince them we've had a change of heart.
I think we may be far past that.
Well, we get a little couple disguise kits. Start outside the road, but what am I?
Locke looks at his metal hands.
I think the first most important step would be in getting Bravadus to agree to ally with the Banner Alliance and join the war with them and drive the Red Legion back into the mountains. So establishing an alliance or official relations with Bravadus between Lior and Haral and the other kingdoms on the Shattered Coast would be a first great improvement. If you can prove that the Cult of Domination is behind the war in Bravadus, and then connect them to Emrath, that puts Emrath in an especially precarious position with not only their people, but most of their military leaders, including the Emperor. If you can tie them to Andrakar, the Cult of Domination, to the Dragon Reasonableists and the Children of Bahamut, whose religion has spread all through Gwinnett, that would give everybody somebody to go to war with, to fight with. So the same way it was done here in Lior, it could be spread all throughout the other kingdoms. We just have to demask them. We cannot convince, without some sort of proof, convince Rowenheim and Kriot and Fenralden to go to war with people who are just practicing their religion.
Well, I guess that kind of opens up some questions.
Yeah, it might be that maybe we could have talked to some people who knew more about the church and where to go, but I don't know, we made a bad decision. As I look at you three.
No, that's not it. I mean, if we're trying to, point it out or, illustrate that they're totally evil or whatever to Bravadus, that's...
A reasonableist tried to assassinate the queen.
That doesn't mean shit to Bravadus.
It ought to. Royalty getting attacked on their own throne by someone highly...
No, see, that's the problem. They were attacked by the Cult of Domination.
It was a high-ranking cleric of the Reasonableists.
Yeah, you're correct. Which creates the problem. So all you're really doing is reinforcing the complicated issue that is weeding out the Cult of Domination from those who practice the religion or who aren't a part of the Cult of Domination. Remember, the Cult of Domination infiltrated these different religions and raised them up and funded them. It all traces back to Emrath, but we don't know whose ourselves are Dragon Reasonableists or people who are just practicing their religion or Cult of Domination agents.
Yeah, it seems like the only way to really get them to show their colors is to present them with something they want, that they're willing to risk exposing themselves.
I kind of tighten my grip on the bag of holding.
No.
No what?
No. We have... I don't know. But no, not that.
Well, without giving them something to, show their hand over, it makes it kind of difficult to...
Well, it sounds like maybe we should go to Bravadus and do the same thing we did here. Solve a problem.
Or if we could figure out anything about the ritual to bring Takesis back, if there was some artifact that they needed that we could get our hands on first, we might have some leverage there.
I still think our original plan is a good one. To go to the tombs of the Dragon Riders and see what we can learn from them. They defeated the armies of the dragons before. Who knows?
With the help of the orbs.
That is correct.
The orbs won the war. Let's make no mistake here. The war was... all the alliances that banded together to fight Takesis were losing the war. Once she was granted divine power by Tiamat, Takesis was nigh unstoppable. Only through the concentrated effort and betrayal of her own generals and those whose souls were promised to her husband, the king and lord of the Nine Hells, was she stopped. And only through the direct intervention of Bahamut was that possible, and which the gods cannot now do. Let's not forget we don't have that power and authority on our sides anymore here on the plains.
I still think there will be answers in the tombs, and if not, weapons maybe.
We'll go like straight like counterintelligence, be spies. Go in there and spread the seeds of doubt, you know?
So Nara kind of goes up and just hops up on the bed and she just sits there and just, kicking her feet, watching you all deliberate. The Dragon Knights have powerful weapons and artifacts at their disposal. But lost, misplaced, and hidden, they were kept secret. Not even the metallic dragons really know where they were buried. Maybe only if you can find a metallic dragon, an ancient that was once ridden by one, could you probably find all of them.
Do you know one?
We may have a map to one tomb.
I reach down and I pull out the painting.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where these locations are?
So you can hand it to her?
Yeah, I kind of just opened it all. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So she kind of takes a look at it.
That is where we think they are. Apparently there was a tomb here, and that was painted on one of the walls.
But was there a knight inside?
No. I'd like to roll a history check to know if there's a knight inside, because I can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay.
Should be 14, I think.
The first die of the night.
14!
14?
Yeah.
You remember there being a tomb, and you remember opening it, and there were items inside, including... you didn't open it, but you know that upon reading the artifacts, they went and looked, and there was no actual, knight inside of the tomb. So there was no real body.
There was no body. There was no knight inside. Nothing buried.
So a grave marker then. So she kind of rolls it together and hands it back to you. This is incomplete. You have to visit each one of the locations, but I do know where this one is.
What is it?
It's a location, a small hidden elven temple dedicated to the elven goddess of nature, Kelvandria.
I reach in, pull out my map.
It's in the central vale in the mountains, near the Harpy Nests.
Elven Temple of
Hand her a map and a piece of charcoal,
Andrea?
Calvandria?
if you don't mind.
Sure, I could give you... It would be more effective if we just go back to Ilithir.
Right.
Not a bad idea. We want to go there anyway.
We did. That is true.
More importantly, the real issue overall is that as soon as if Takesis is released, she can use the fact that now her agents know that the Dragon Orbs were not destroyed, thus nullifying the peace agreement that was signed at the end of them and her expulsion from the material plane. The fact that these weren't destroyed is a mystery that the metallic dragons have been trying to unravel since we found out that they were still around. We don't know who was responsible for hiding them or taking them away. They were to be destroyed. It was agreed upon by all dragons that they were too dangerous to be left in the hands of mortals and the short-lived races.
So were they given to someone specific, like a designated orb destroyer?
We don't know. Even the oldest dragons among us were still young dragons when the ancients that were alive at the time at the end of the Dragon Wars made these decisions. There are no dragons left alive who can remember that far back.
What about I guess if they were alive, or if they thought they were destroyed, there's no real reason to even talk about it, because they probably had a bunch of confidence in whoever or whatever was responsible for taking care of that.
Sounds like the next best bet is to go back to Ilithir.
Yes.
We take the orbs back, we go to Ilithir, we figure out what is going on, maybe get another teleporter to this place. Or we go tell Bravadis. We have our decisions.
Yeah, well, it sounds like we're on a path, and we should probably just stick to it. We got a clue. We got a clue. As I motion to the tapestry thing.
Also, two of the individuals who are in this room seem to be evading the idea that they spent a great deal of time behind Emrath's borders in their capital city.
Well, we were there, but we didn't interact with any of them.
That's putting it lightly for somebody who spent years as a gladiator in Drakis Ragathar's many, many arenas. His name carries weight. His name carries prestige and a certain amount of... I'm sure some of the people that you fought with are still there.
Yes. We could even go there and try to free them, if we wished.
That probably is the strongest foothold of...
Go usurp a throne?
No, I don't expect we'll go that far, I hope. But we certainly
if what
could...
Soyasa said is true, we will have to.
We certainly could try and scour the place like
If
we
you
did
could
here.
simply demask a chromatic dragon within the ranks of the senior members, the senators, that would be enough to galvanize the Dragonborn into realizing they're being manipulated by people who wish only to bring Takesis back and rule over them all.
Didn't Soyasa say there was a dragon in the courts?
He is no longer there. He left.
There's an idea. Oh God, what was that one dragon? What was the name of the guy we fought? The mercenary dragon. That's what I'll call him. The guy that that Lucian's dad or uncle called upon. What was that guy's name?
Oh, dude, I'm blanking hard on that one.
I am too. Can I? I'd like to roll another history check to see if I can remember the name Lucian's uncle called before he transformed into a dragon.
What do you mean?
The name he called out. The name of the red dragon. There we go. That we fought in the temple.
Hey,
Not
Coco,
temple.
you remember that?
Sorry, in the
Castle?
Queen's. Yeah, castle. Palace. Queen's
Palace.
Palace. Going down a lot of memory roads here, man.
Okay, sure. Make a roll.
Ooh.
4.
You're not sure. You don't remember if he even actually gave a name. He just addressed him directly. He just said you, as far as you're aware.
We know they're there. The biggest concentration of the cult of domination is in Emrath.
More than likely, that's true, yes.
And if anyone's going to have weapons, it's going to be Emrath.
That is very much the direct approach.
Well, it's worked for us here and there, hasn't it?
You could be removing a potentially powerful piece from play.
Liberate another country. We did it here.
Maybe we ask around. Maybe we just go for 3. Lior, Bravadis, and Emrath. If all 3 of them owed us a debt, that is something good to call upon.
With the attacks going on in Bravatis, do you think it would be likely that we could find a chromatic dragon there? That
We wouldn't be trying to find a chromatic dragon in Bravadis. We'd be trying to solve Bravadis' problems. All we'd be doing is trying to get them to join the war. Then we would go to Emrath to free them and find the chromatic dragon.
But we may be able to unmask the cult of domination in Bravatis,
We could go for 2 stones.
where they don't have quite as strong of a hold quite yet.
If Emrath is an important piece for the cult, they won't let it go easily, and will more than likely need to actually slay a dragon, not wound it and let it get away.
We're just trying to figure out how to keep it on the fucking ground.
Well, I imagine an order of dragon slayers might have a way. And our original plan sounds pretty good to me again.
Anar, right?
Hmm?
Anar? Or, sorry. What was the silver dragon's name? Anar? Or
Inara?
Anara, thank you. I almost had that right.
Either way, I simply came to inform you of the decision. You can now take that back to Ilyan and the others and let them know.
All right. Well then, it seems we should head back with the queen, and get everything, and then go.
Where are we going? I think.
Elithir first. Let's one step at a time.
I think the tombs are the right choice. That's after Elithir, and we decide what to do with our cargo here.
We can discuss it later.
But Trenton, Katarina,
I'm thinking the Dragon Riders approach. I don't know about striking directly at the heart of the problem, going to Emrath, like right up. Maybe save that one for later. Treat some of the symptoms. Maybe unsettle them a little bit, and while they're distracted with losing some of their foothold, that's when we seize the opportunity to go in.
Doing it now or later doesn't matter.
Well,
No matter what, it's
strategy
going to be-
matters a little bit.
It might if we can liberate Bravatis and unite the whole Shattered Coast against them.
Either way, it's going to be a bitch. No matter what we do, we have an entire Emrath to deal with.
Yeah, but
'Cause again-
if they're busy fighting fronts on the outside, that they might be more focused on that. That leaves them vulnerable when we do go in there, because no one's going to expect us to strike right at the heart of the problem, right?
Out of character, Emrath's not at war with anybody, right?
No, they're not.
well,
No.
not technically.
No, the cult of
No, they're
domination.
just controlling it.
The cult of
Emrath is
domination.
not at war. Us doing anything won't make them weaker. They're going to be just as powerful and just as controlling. All we're doing is freeing Bravatis for the Banner Alliance and
Yeah,
making them have a stronger fortitude. It's
I'm
not
not-
going to weaken Emrath.
I'm not talking about Emrath. I'm talking about the cult of domination. Directly.
We need.
That's who we're fighting, right?
Yes, and we're fighting them, and they have footholds everywhere.
Yeah.
They're different autonomous people working separately. So us striking at something weakens what they can do, but it's still a problem no matter what. It's going to be just as hard now as it would be later if we went to Emrath. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe. But I think waiting to go there is a good idea. I don't think we should rush in. We've all agreed that's probably where they're most concentrated, right? Why?
Yeah, if it doesn't matter either way, why not?
Again, I said they were both options.
Yeah.
And I don't know why we're
was-
arguing. I said these
Yeah.
things, and then you were proposing an argument.
No, I wasn't. I was saying I think we should go this route. Because they're both options. We could do this one first and this one second.
Well then, looks like we're going back to Elithir.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely the first stop.
Yeah.
So it's agreed! Whoa. Jeez, don't act so excited, guys.
Well, it's all dire news, isn't it?
Not really. It's not super dire news. It's not like the Dragon's Game. We're like, oh yeah, no, we give up. We're peace out. This is totally your problem. That's not really what they said. So it leaves the door open for options in the future.
I turn. Do not forget, we have a queen waiting.
We're all going to rest for the night.
Find out when and how they plan on trying to release Takhisis, and where their leadership is, and where their main holdings are, and I can convince the rest of my kin to join in actually fighting the Cult of Domination. But we will not burn everything to the ground or kill and slaughter our way through because some might be a part of the Cult of Domination. And attacking Emrath directly with my metallic dragon kin or behind an army would be perceived terribly by everybody who is not in this room or in the Banner Alliance. And the Banner Alliance is not strong enough alone to win a war against Emrath. Not if they employ dragons on their side.
We must do it within.
we'll cut them out. But we need the right tools.
As long as you're not wielding them.
First to Ilithir, then to the tombs. I still think our original plan was right.
It's worth looking into at the least. If we get there and don't really find anything of use, at least we check.
If anyone knows about this tomb, it will be them.
Oh, she pointed out even closer to where we suspected the first tomb was, so it's a good start.
Good.
No? Sounds like a plan.
I think so.
Then to Ilithir in the morning, then.
So Inara gets up, lands on the ground, or right now, and she casts teleport, and you're all taken, boom, and a flash of light. You are in the Waystone room of the Towers of High Magic and Sorcery in Yvalari, the capital of Ilithir.
Oh.
Oh, goodness.
Well, that was quick.
Teleportation doesn't agree with me.
No time to waste. Either way, you should meet with Ilyana and report your findings and turn in those especially dangerous and powerful artifacts that you happened across.
I'm gonna
It's okay.
turn to get walking towards where we had a meeting, where the meeting room was, to my last knowledge.
Okay.
I prestidigitation what you got on yourself off.
Just wipes it off.
Gross.
And I just like hold my tummy as I follow.
So you make your way past various chambers and rooms, past some of the elven guards, scholars, and people hard at work. And to your best recollection, you make your way back to like kind of the main audience chamber, where kind of the wizards gather and have discussions about important or meaningful topics. And you see Ilyana, and you see Kavira, along with maybe several other wizards, all kind of just in the room having a conversation together. So you kind of enter the chamber kind of quietly off to the side, and they're having a larger conversation, it seems, about more or less kind of debating the merits of like where and how the dragon orbs were made, and trying to. They have a lot of documents, and they're kind of having they're not having a heated debate, but there's definitely a lot of theories, speculation just get thrown around. Like nobody seems to know. It's an absolute total mystery that nobody seems to can recall or remember, and there's no like actual documentation anywhere in their histories about like where they were made.
Like nothing like specific, like hard evidence.
Yeah, no hard evidence. Everything is. Ilyana is like patiently listening to them, like putting it all together, and you can see, like if you look very closely at her face, that she has like this furrowed, almost gloom look to her, that they just can't seem to figure this out. Everything points to all these different places, people, magical artifacts, famous elven smiths and dragons, and there's. All that they're going through this list and talking about all the dragons that like the Dragon Knights rode, they're like all gone. They disappeared without a trace or were killed, and there's just nothing left because most of the 2 out of the 5 Dragon Knights were outright killed with their dragons in their last battle with Takesis. So there are only 3 left alive at the end of the war, and just all the information is gone. And Inara kind of follows in with you behind you, and just see, we don't know either. We don't have any information. These were supposed to be destroyed, so our assumption is whatever dragon interfered in the process destroyed all of their records and our records, indicating where they were gone or where they came from in some veiled attempt to make sure that they either couldn't be recreated or couldn't be actually destroyed through magical means that are available to us.
Well, maybe with your advanced know-how, or maybe her advanced know-how, that maybe there's kind of like how blacksmiths, they'll leave a mark kind of thing. Maybe you guys can figure something out.
Maybe, since we have them physically within our possession now, if you leave them here, then the great and wise wizards who are here in the Towers of High Magic and Sorcery might be able to figure it out. There may be, every smith leaves a mark somewhere. Even if they don't do it intentionally. Somebody made these.
They're uncomfortable to touch.
Oh yes, that's because of the dormant ancient dragon souls that reside within.
I was wondering what this screeching was.
I wouldn't hold on to them too long. While they are dormant, they're still powerful forces of persuasion even within a sleeping dragon. Its dragon fear even might be slowly leaking out from behind it. But without being awakened through the proper incantations that they were used to seal them or put them to sleep, they should be safe enough. But I wouldn't risk it and hold on to them.
Yeah, well, it seems since we're able to have kind of this like civil discourse, right? Do you have super sense where you can like sense where the orbs are? Is it like a radar kind of thing?
Are you asking if dragons just know where the orbs are, or where they are once they're in a certain range of the presence?
Yeah, because that red dragon, he was like, "Oh, I know they're here, and I'm gonna murder everyone."
He said he could
Remember
smell
that? Huh?
He said he could smell it.
Yeah, is it a smelly sense? Like you smell colors or something, and then you know that an orb's nearby?
I'm not sure. I can't. Unless they're called and activated. Then no, I don't know.
I was hoping for a much cooler answer.
I believe that foolishly you played your hand and let them know that you were there on behalf of Novar, and they knew what Novar's goal was to find the orbs and collect them on behalf of Jacqueline. It's only a matter of best guess. I mean, what are the unlikely odds that someone would say, we're here on behalf of the circle that was banished from our realm to do only one thing and find something within a tower where they knew they were hidden and trying to infiltrate. We were made aware because the Cult of Domination knows.
Well, if they did have that power, that would be pretty cool.
If called, they're drawn to them, though.
Well, let us hope that they will be safer here than with us while we tend to other matters.
I'm gonna slowly step out of the group, and I'm gonna slowly walk over behind Madame Mage, like subtly as she's distracted by everyone philosophizing around her. I'm gonna like just tug on her thing, let her know we're there. Just tug on her cape, her arm, some part of her. I'm gonna tug her.
She looks at you. Yes, I was made aware that you were entering the room. Hold on a moment.
Oh, fine. Not it down. I'm gonna walk back to the group.
If you make your face like that all the time, it'll stay that way, you know? And then there's a slight glimmer of like magic, and your face kind of stiffens a little bit, and then just kind of loosens.
Nora, I have a question.
Yes.
If we have to fight another dragon, would you have any advice to keeping it from running away or using its ability to fly against us?
Find it in its lair.
Did you see Godric just nod and pull out a book and like actually take that note down?
It would seem dangerous, but it would be where they're most vulnerable depending on what they're layered in. The only real advice that I could give you is suit and seek out and find magical items that would would assist you. I hear the gnomes in Belindel have been working on some interesting devices and have some sort of mechanism for training and dealing with fighting dragons. So I suggest you seek out their assistance.
So, another...
I believe there's a promising family and a gnome named, I believe, Eerie, that is at the head of said research for Bravadis.
I've never heard that name before.
Would I know Eerie?
Would you? No.
Okay.
No. You
Actually,
not by name. It's too many gnomes, too many families spread all over the place. Maybe if you saw her and heard the name, you might be able to put it together. By the way, I have business to attend to while I'm in Ilithir, and another dragon to meet with to discuss some information to exchange. If you have any other questions, then now would be the time.
Well, I did kind of have a follow-up question, like humans and us little races, we will tell stories and stuff, scare kids from going in the woods and stuff like that. Do dragons have any stories like that? Like, ooh, be careful or this thing's gonna rip your wings off.
Dragon
And it might be like
tales.
based out of truth kind of thing? Like is it
Like a dragon boogeyman?
yeah, like a dragon boogeyman, but that may be based out of like truth?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, it was worth a shot.
I do have one question.
I
When
imagine
we were
dragons
fighting
raise their
and
young a
protecting the
little
queen,
differently.
one of the dragon that we were fighting said I smelled familiar to him. I had the question if it was my runes.
Like I said, dragons, I don't believe can innately sense. It depends. I can't speak for all dragons, but innate understanding of value. Some dragons have a magical sensitivity to powerful magic items, but it's highly unlikely. It's more than likely that this dragon just spilt your blood.
That is what I thought. My only curiosity was that these runes supposedly use something from a dragon in them, and I was curious if that is what he smelled.
Oh, we're acutely aware. We're the ones who gave the giants the slaying magic which resides on your body.
Godric's bewildered now. He just kind of stutters for a second.
We made that.
He takes off his cloak. You made these?
Yes, we made them.
That is not what. That is new. I did not know that. My shaman said that they came from giants in Kron.
Stolen from the dwarves that we gave them to.
Oh. Interesting. I did not know this. That would explain some of the.
The magic was lost when the dwarves and the elves agreed to stop having their dragon hunts and slaying our kind.
Dwarves, elves, dragons.
Godric is writing this down.
Maybe not so lost, huh?
Apparently not.
Do you have
Slaying dragons did become quite a, what should we say, taboo practice once the alliances were formed and metallic dragons came peacefully gathered together and more or less just made peace with all the mortal races.
That would make sense. It has been some time since the last time my tribe sent someone on a hunt. I am the most recent. And that is because my shaman saw a vision of something coming. And well, here we are.
So have you not been able to communicate with the dragon whose soul is remnant and powers those runes?
What?
That would explain a lot.
What?
Either way,
What?
I have places to be, and I have things to do.
Can you, can I schedule a time for you to help me?
I've never done it. I don't know how they work. I just recognize the markings.
Well, who do I go to?
Rather loudly do I say that out loud.
It's more than likely a journey inward.
I've never been good at that.
That's why you're so terrible at magic.
Well, I'll let you know, when I was in there, I didn't see any dragons.
No, that's fair. Thank you. Thank you a lot.
Just trying
And
to-
I give him a deeper bow than normal,
Hmm.
showing my appreciation for the knowledge.
Okay. Just smiles cheerfully and then just turns and starts leaving the room. Kind of whistling a song, exits the chamber and disappears further down the hallway. At which point, most of the wizards are dispersed by Ileana, and she comes back to you.
Wow, that's crazy. That was a dragon!
Well,
My whole fucking...
might I see the dragon orbs?
Hmm.
Well,
Now, please. Might I see them?
Jeez, do someone a favor. You know, floppy, yeah.
Actually, I was like, who has the bag of holding?
Flop does.
Okay, I was like, couldn't remember.
Yeah. All right.
One would be enough.
So there's a table, right?
You just holding the bag of holding. She just open it, please. And she just reaches in and she grabs the first one on top, and the one she pulls out is like the blue dragon orb. And then she takes it in her hands, and then she kind of just lets go, and it just sits there floating in front of her. And she begins speaking an incantation.
Ominous.
And you see basically almost a flicker of light in the inside of the glass portion of the orb. And she continues to speak in this incantation, and her eyes change color, and it's almost like a strings of actual ethereal words begin flowing into the object itself. And then she continues this for about 12 seconds or so. And then she puts out her hand, and it kind of resides very gently onto it. Well, you can confirm that they are dormant, but there is most definitely the soul of an ancient dragon in here.
Eye her down like super hard, trying to see if she's possessed now.
What is the problem with your friend? Who is this individual, anyways?
This is Trin.
The whole thing.
This is Trin.
The whole
bard.
thing. It's a title.
That's a strange name. Trin the whole thing.
No, my name is Trin Twilight. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
I tend to tune it out
see.
after the Trin part, so I forgot.
And you are?
Oh, I'm a friend. I'm a gentleman. I've been helping them. I was sent to try and help recover their memories, but
So she casts a spell, so I need you to make a DC 15 wisdom saving throw.
DC 15?
Yes.
I feel like she never.
That's a high number.
Andy, you just both said yes, both looked at him, both smiling. I'm like, I'm loving this.
Mhm.
Godric had an epiphany here a minute ago.
I feel like
Just
this is
had-
about you being a goblin.
Yeah, 100%.
I got a 14.
Oh no.
So, you very suddenly see, almost in your mind's eye, her eyes reading through your thoughts, and she begins pulling at the threads of your memories and putting them out in place. And then after a moment of that happening, she's like, oh, so you're a bard with the Truth Seekers and the Lore Walker.
Seems intrusive.
Yeah. I normally try and keep that private.
I can see.
Yeah, thank you for respecting my boundaries.
No boundaries exist within the towers of high magic and sorcery. You were being evasive. Don't do so again. So, if willing, you may leave these here with us, and we shall place them underneath our guard and protection, and have our best lore keepers and archivists continue to dig into them. Not that we have the actual objects ourselves. It would assist us greatly in unraveling their mysteries. I might even be able to coax the dormant dragon within to giving us information that he would not be willing to. For I guarantee the dragon that resides within is a dragon that was serving Takesis herself during the war. There were rumors that the only way that they could make the orbs work in the intended manner was that if the soul of an ancient dragon was bound to the item itself and powers it.
Well, they're all in here.
And
That-
I would recommend only letting those who are absolutely essential know that they reside here now.
The red one. No, the black one. It was screeching when I touched it. It tried to get in my head.
They're dormant, but even the powers of persuasion of a dragon who's sleeping, their fear and such radiate outwards from the item. Once they realize that something is nearby that they may be able to manipulate, there may be a slight minor awakening. But still, the orbs would have to be charged, and it would have to properly be whatever ritual which was used to put them to sleep. It seems as though the trails of which are draconic, means a dragon of some sort put these to sleep. More than likely right before they were hidden. I would have to find the proper incantations to turn them on. But I get the distinct feeling that Andrakar and the Cult of Domination already know exactly what's needed to awaken these. So, either way.
This is more of a request than a question. With the whole detecting if it was a dormant dragon spirit, could you do that again? But on my runes, the Anara said that supposedly they contain a dragon, and I didn't know that, and I wanted to know if it was dormant, or if I could.
I'm unfamiliar.
All right.
I can see that it would be easy enough for someone who is unscholared in the various writing forms and transitions between Dwarven and Giant, as they use very similar scripts. I can tell that those are Dwarven and not Giant in nature.
I learned that today. What is that word? My mind is being blown today.
It's ancient Dwarven, though.
Would your library have any notes on this, possibly?
Maybe, but I'm especially far too busy, and I can't really divert any resources towards researching your specific issue.
That is fine.
We would need all of the most intelligent and gifted wizards I have to unravel the mysteries behind the dragon orbs.
Of course. I was just wondering if you have the librarian that might be able to help me find it.
Do you know your way through a wizard's library? Can you research them and find the proper orders and books? Do you understand how to navigate the library?
Point made. No. Well, I know how to work through a library. I don't know how to go through a wizard's library.
You should go to a dwarf.
Thank you.
Seek counsel with an Oathbeard.
Again, Godric's writing his notes.
Dwarves, for their faults, are more than likely the most accurate keepers of history and text of all of us. Strangely enough, they never forget anything.
Touch the dwarven thrower at my side.
Their manuals are excessively dry. Every detail. So unnecessary.
Well then.
Locke is correct. Find the Citadel, find their Oathbeard. They are their record keepers and official masters of the histories of their citadels and their clans, all the way back as far as they can go.
Next question. The Temple of Calavandria, I believe is the name of it, right?
Calvandria?
Yes.
Yes. What about them.
I
What about her? There's one in Alaska.
We believe that is one of the locations of what we presume to be a map to where the Dragon Knights have been living.
There is no Dragon Knight at the Temple of Calvendria in Alaska or
Pull out the,
Eridor or here in Ilithir.
I pull out the scroll, the tapestry, the painting of the tapestry. This was apparently found where one of the orbs was, and this was painted on the wall. And there's 5 locations from what we can see, and we assume it's with the help of Inara, that this is a puzzle.
And what did Inara say?
That we should go to the Temple of Calabandra.
She said a Temple of Calvendria. Where did she say it was? Anybody? She looks at all of you now.
Godric's just...
Listen, I'm not saying that the Goliath here is
Top of
dim-witted,
the,
but I am saying that I believe I'm having a conversation with the wrong individual at the moment. Look! What did Inara say?
Fuck. Doc remembers.
Does he? Let's find out.
Was it the top of the mountain?
In the mountains near the Harpies.
So nowhere near a Temple of Calvendria. See, this is why you don't let the Goliath do your speaking for you.
No one was talking!
He's quite excited at
There
the
is
moment.
supposedly a small shrine dedicated to the goddess herself in the Greyspire Mountains in the Central Vale. If she said that that is the location of one of the Dragon Knight's tombs, then that is more than likely what it is. But it is no temple. A small marker, nonetheless, dedicated, a shrine where elves used to pray. I believe the elves of the Silver Realm still utilize it. But no high elves have been there. No moon elves, no blood elves for thousands of years.
Was one of the riders an elf that worshipped her? Seems likely.
The myths surrounding them say that the Dragon Knights had a champion from Bravadus, from Lior, from Ilithir, from Kriat, and one from Suan. So, those would be your 5 champions, 2 of which fell, with no records to indicate which of whom. My guess is that if there is the body of a Dragon Knight in the shrine of Calvandria, then it is most likely our Elven champion, of which we would be greatly interested in knowing that was the case.
Would be greatly interested in
The fact that
telling you.
The fact that these were hidden greatly disturbs, I believe, and affects everybody. The knights were champions and heroes. They shouldn't have been buried mysteriously. So the question is why?
Well, we intend to answer that question.
That is where we're either going there or Bravatis. What the fuck are the Greyspire Mountains?
So those huge giant mountains that fucking Greencrest was shoved between.
Oh. That's actually really helpful. I just can't fucking read. I don't have my glasses.
It's no mystery why we're going to these tombs, but
You're hoping to find weapons and artifacts.
yes,
Did you find any at the first Dragon Knight's tomb?
we weren't the first to get there.
Supposedly that was not a tomb. That was a keeping place of where the orb was, and the mural had the 5.
It was a tomb, just without a body, which could mean a lot of things. Like I said, we weren't the first ones to get there.
Somebody wanted, it seems, for these things to be found. Somebody wanted them to be there. So the question is why? Why move the bodies to what location? It is unlikely, if there was nothing of value at the first Dragon Knight's tomb discovered, that there will be anything of true value at the second one's either.
I still think that following the trail will be worthwhile.
You're more than likely correct, but it's small steps leading to something bigger. I wonder what it is.
Me too. But I have a feeling it will help us.
Maybe the Dragon Knights were complicit in keeping the orbs intact, and
Seems likely.
whoever else helped them didn't want their bodies to be found for whatever reason. We might find a great clue if we can find one of them.
We were informed by the metallic dragons that they had no further information regarding the dragon orbs, their creation, or any weapons or locations of artifacts that were once wielded by the Dragon Knights.
Well, the relief that was on the wall in the tomb seems to have led to the other tombs. So
Might as well.
breadcrumbs on the trail to the answer.
We either
The relief we have was damaged, but it showed the first tomb that we were in, and then in Lior, and then this tomb at the top of the mountains in the Grey Spire. The others were damaged. Maybe we'll find a more complete relief, and we'll keep following. That's the goal.
We either go there, or we attempt to go to Bravadis and help them.
I think that we should check the Shrine of Calavandria first.
Yes, I agree.
We might be able to find really useful information there, and if not, it's
And
a
if one
small
of the
detour.
tombs is in Bravadis,
I would not be surprised if the second tomb is more difficult to deal with than the first.
if it's untouched, it seems likely.
Either way, if you bring information or run into anything that you are incapable of dealing with yourselves or deciphering yourselves, if you bring the information back here, we should be able to assist.
If we're out going to the tomb, is there a better way to get here or get a hold of you than having a dragon appear?
What, getting a hold of people?
Getting back to Elathir.
Well, getting a hold of people and traveling are two different things. We can get a hold of her from basically anywhere.
Magic?
I have my ways. I said we, not you.
Oh my god, it's lock all over it. It's magic. I know
Yes, it's
there.
magic. I have my
Oh.
ways. I'm subtle.
Then fine. Never mind.
But then if you're talking travel, that's a whole other can of potatoes.
Well, they have much more powerful magic than we. Maybe they could retrieve us. Anyways, I think that our first step should be to go to the Greyspire Mountains, and if we find something there, then at least we know that this relief has some merit.
Which means we're going back to Heral. Or near there.
No.
No? No, Leska, sorry.
No.
No.
What?
We're going to the Greyspire Mountains.
Either way.
If you will permit me, I could learn the teleportation circle here.
The waystones are connected to one another. They're of elven make.
Do you have a teleportation circle here?
Yes, it's a waystone.
Not quite the same, then.
No. You weren't teleported here via a waystone. You were teleported to the waystone room.
Where's the nearest circle that you know of?
The nearest circle?
Yes. The nearest teleportation circle. Dedicated.
There are no such circles. The only teleportation circles, by the definition I believe you're looking, were made by the elves and lost, abandoned, and decommissioned over thousands of years ago.
I'm gonna need this.
The one, as far as I'm aware, there is only an active one here, in Aleska, and in Mendrathis, the capital of the Blood Elves, which was only very recently reopened. There is a way to reactivate them. There are waystone keys, artifacts, that are used in a ritual necessary to unlock them and connect them to one another again.
But not to create one?
There's no way to recreate or rebuild, as far as we're aware, the Elven Waystones. We can turn them on if they're intact. possibly with a waystone key.
You know, I prefer feet anyway. To tell if anyone's wondering how I feel about it.
Maybe we can
I've
go ask
seen how your
Tanara.
stomach feels about it.
Maybe we can ask Nara, or if anyone else has the power to teleport us to the Grey Spiral Mountains. And then from there we can get moving.
Yeah. Might not be able to get back super quick, but you know, if you get us out there pretty quick, possibly if they're willing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Belindle is also right in there, right? Near the Grey Spire Mountains?
Yeah, it's Belindle is on the western side of the Grey Spires, while Greencrest and Central Bear are on the east side of the Grey Spires.
East side?
So we may be able to go to Belindle and see if we can get some of those equipment to help us defeat dragons. We'll be in that area.
Belindle's pretty far.
Oh, is Belindle pretty far?
Yeah.
Never mind.
But also, they're trying to. The Inaro is sending you to the Osmoth guilds, which is different because Osmoth is within the boundaries of Bravadus.
Mm.
Well then, we best go.
If you want more information on dragons or the history of them or their connection to the metallic dragons or leads or any sort of information, or if you want to consider if you find another Elven Waystone and how to unlock them, then you should more than likely meet with the Lawmaster who's currently visiting the city.
Lawmaster. What's a lawmaster? What's a lawmaster? Do I know what a lawmaster is?
Sounds like a master of law,
Yeah.
like a judge.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. But I'm not 100%.
It's a prestigious position given to Blood Elves of the Order of their god Elatari. Only given and awarded to those who take up adventuring in arms to... The Blood Elves are pretentious. You would consider them the equivalent of subject matter experts on their history and their lore. Their responsibilities include finding artifacts and retrieving information and archives of the lot artifacts and bringing them back to Eredor.
Yeah, sounds like we should talk to this guy. 'Cause
Okay, let's go.
then at least you can get some notes, and if we do come across a waystone, you can turn it on.
Where is this person?
I believe he's here in... I believe one of the archives on one of the many floors. Maybe the third archive? I'm not sure.
Third archive. All right. Do you need anything else from us?
No, she basically just takes the rest of the dragon orbs and using magic kind of just keeps them floating, and I shall take these and we shall hide them and place protection spells and spells of non-detection around them to make it more difficult for them to be located.
There you go, Lockwood. At least we're not walking targets anymore.
Yes, we are. So many people want us dead.
Not to mention, if they believe that you still have them, then they might come for you anyways.
Good. I need something to hit.
If they show up and go, oh no, we lost them. We were robbed by bandits. You're fine.
Well, for the greater good, it's probably best that they come after us and not where they actually are.
It's a lot easier for us to move and evade than the entire city.
Ooh, backup plan. You pretend like you've cast a spell on them to make them invisible. Good luck finding them, suckers.
I don't know. If
You just gotta say it with enough conviction. As I start like walking down, you just gotta say it with enough conviction. Anyone will believe you.
maybe.
So, yeah, Eliana leaves and heads into the further into the towers. leaving you kind of guys just to chit chat right there in the room by yourselves. So no, there are no like there is no like teleportation circle in Conewald. You know, the elves have their own teleportation network that uses waystones that only connects to each other. You can't do it that way. You could teleport to one of their teleportation circles using the teleport spell, since you've like been there and seen it. But anything like that is like private, so you'd have to know where it is. So they do exist. It's just there's none that are like known.
They have teleportation squares, but that's a different spell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You use them like a hopscotch court.
So yeah,
That's how you
it's not
cast it.
useless. It's just
It's
it's something you're gonna have to go out of your way to adventure and find and figure out.
The material component is the stone that you throw, and then you have to skip that block.
So
Otherwise, the spell doesn't
I
work.
see what you were getting at. I wasn't really getting what you were putting down there for a minute. But yeah, so that's how it would work. Like a good example is wizards might have a permanent teleportation circle in their tower, but you'd have to get in there and discover the sigils, and then that would be a permanent teleportation circle.
okay.
You know, so like they can get back and forth. So there might be out there. It's just that there's none that's like well known in that way.
Well then, I ask her again.
Hmm.
You don't know anywhere nearby where someone has.
Anyway. Wink.
She'd be pretty well informed.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. So, basically, yeah, her answer would just basically be that. It's like, if you find a teleportation circle that someone has created, yeah, if you cast that spell and you know the sigils to access it, then you could teleport to it from anywhere. That it would work that way. But you have to find them. The Elven Waystones they don't work that way. They're a closed network.
Fair enough. Fuck.
Yeah, they only connect to one another. But she would explain, but they do connect to all of one another. So you could teleport to any waystone that is open, that has been discovered from any other waystone. They're not like paired or anything, and they work more like Stargates would, where it's just like dial it, go there.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, which I mean, really, that's how all of the teleportation circles work. But either way, any other questions for Eliana? I mean, I guess we already kind of moved past the scene, but whatever.
No. Yeah.
Okay. So as you head down the tower, you're directed to one of the many archives and libraries that the Towers of Magic and High Magic and Sorcery provide. And it's like a beautiful room, and it kind of smells musty, and it does smell like old books, and it just reminds it's kind of dark, and there's just many stacks and rows of scrolls kind of just spread throughout, and you can see acolytes, apprentice wizards and the such, and elves just kind of going about their day-to-day business, and reorganizing them or reading and studying. And so as you approach the master of the library, the archives, this elf is just so may I help you?
We're here for the lawman, right?
We were sent here to look for a lawmaster. I believe
I'm
it
looking
was.
for a lawman.
Oh yes, I know the one, the visitor from Eridor.
That one.
Oh, all right. Let me just take you there. And this young elven man basically kind of leads you around through these like thick stacks, overflowing, and a couple of them are just like, these things like scrolls are just like packed in there, like jutting out. It's a massive, like, it looks to you, you're just like, yeah, this is disorganized, and I would have had a hard time finding what I'm looking for. But eventually you are brought around to this private reading space with this large table, and there's this huge stack of books kind of just tumbling over. And on the other side, you can barely make out the figure of this elf kind of just going through these books and reading and kind of talking to himself. And then he'll just kind of grab another book and then rummage through a scroll and kind of knocks over 3 or 4 of them onto the ground accidentally. and then says something in Elvish that doesn't sound necessarily appropriate, but may or may not be.
What do you say?
And then you see this this tall, blonde male elf kind of look out from the other side, and the younger elf who was leading you there kind of addresses him. You have visitors who are here looking for you, sir. Would you like to address them? And he kind of just nods, and then you hear a chair shift, and the figure comes around, and we're going to go to break.
What are you doing here?
I've been here the entire time.
Yeah. You guys didn't notice? He's been here the whole time.
I've been here the entire time.
Why? Because I can't wave anymore.
Merch.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, you kind of can. You just got to lean back a little bit. Legendary action.
I'm really happy to be here, guys.
I'm already upset.
Are you happy to be here?
I'm so happy.
Can I vote for someone
Also,
else?
I would like to point out that anybody who's done kobold work, they're awesome. And it's actually really fun. I like sitting over there and like managing things and typing in the chat.
Yeah. That's fun.
Yeah, it's actually I dig it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just being able to talk to everybody, interact with them all.
It's such a cool job that if anybody out there wanted to do it for free, they would feel rewarded.
Yeah.
Especially if they did it for free. If they wanted to come and just help for free.
I want to emphasize free.
Yeah.
Maybe for I don't know, some credit in a college course or something.
Like a shitty car salesman.
So is that a car salesman that is shitty, or a car salesman that sells shitty cars?
Both. You're pretty close, Mike. So maybe he's recognizing your talent.
Yo, game recognizes game.
It's true. Boom.
Game.
Boats and hoes. Anyways.
This collaboration over there.
You're fucked.
I'm not into it.
Just you wait.
So
It's about to go down. Just be here more. Get comfy.
So a handsome man enters the scene.
Sorry, coffee.
Guys, he's talking about me.
Oh my.
Lies.
What? I don't.
All right. So from mumbling to himself to coming around the front of the work enters a blood elf.
Oh no.
Yes, that is what you see before you. I'm currently reading some texts. I've got one book in my hand that's pretty well worn, and then another one that looks like I just pulled it off the shelf. I'm kind of looking back and
Do
forth.
we
at
have
it.
another spellcaster?
Did we?
Oh
Another wizard? Man.
But upon
put you
being
to shame, Locke.
notified that people are looking for me, I just kind of look up at all of you. What? Oh my!
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Amazing.
Thanks, Joe.
Woohoo! Thank you for
Appreciate it.
validating me.
I don't know what happened, but I'm gonna give a thumbs up.
Azig asked if his name is Ultron.
Oh, nice.
Are you the are you the lawmaker, something or other?
No, I don't make the laws. I keep them. I reference them, moreover. Ma, you are quite tall.
Yes, I'm Goliath. We're tall.
Anyway, we were told that you might have some special dragon elven magic secrets.
Dragon Elven Magic Secrets.
Yeah,
Probably.
some reference material. Locked up.
Well, right. Yeah, I have plenty of that.
So if you were to you're there in a field, dragon shows up, monstrous, evil, chromatic even. What do you do?
Well, I pray to the Seldarine and hope that I was in their favor. And then I charge.
And
And I don't quite understand where you're going with this.
what kind of secret weapons you got?
Secret weapons. I'm guessing. Oh, you're the ones that were looking for the dragon orbs.
Looked.
So the younger
So you failed.
the younger elf Will that be all that's required of me, sir?
Oh, yeah, yes, of course.
And he bows and turns and heads out of towards back
Oh,
to
wait,
his
hold on. As I run up and I give him a silver.
He just looks at it, he's like,
You always tip the help.
sure. And just pockets it.
Disrespect.
Will that be all, little goblin?
3
Yes.
copper pieces.
Scribe,
Big person.
please do not refer to them as little goblins. I'm sure he has a name, and it's quite impolite to refer to them that way.
Yes, that's right. Twin Twilight.
But he is a little.
My
goblin.
apologies. And he just bows and
Apology
turns
accepted.
and heads back to the front.
You have my permission to leave.
Trend Twilight.
He's kind of just visibly keeps going.
That's bold of you to offer your name without contract of one returned.
Well, you should know who I am.
It's like a thing, supposedly. It's his whole name. It's a thing.
Well,
He
yeah,
doesn't
your
know.
name. It sounds made up. Did you choose it yourself? Or
Like most people's names, it was gifted upon me
Well, it's fantastic.
in recognition of my talents.
And what talents would those be?
Oh, I'm but a humble bard, as I bow again.
A bard. Fantastic. Is it music or orations?
Some music, but I can orate pretty with the best of them.
I'd love to hear you play.
All right.
Could you maybe sing now?
Well, this doesn't really seem like the right. Oh yeah, no, the acoustics are all wrong in here. No,
You'd know more about that than me.
Make a deception check.
That's not really deception, is it? I mean, there's a lot of books
That
absorbing
might
all
not
the
be, but
sound.
we know what Alex's intention is.
Alex lied.
He's all right at deception, so we'll see how this goes.
Uh-oh.
well, I didn't roll high.
Never a good start. Anybody has ever sat at the table.
But I mean, he's a bard, so not
You mean
rolling
dice?
high on deception means like a 27 or something.
I know, right? Something ridiculous.
Get that one out of here.
And my deception
No,
is
it's
a plus 12, so
That's good enough for
15.
you.
A 15.
15.
Not out of reach.
What's your insight?
My insight is a 3.
A
Plus
3?
Yeah. Oh, my passive's 13.
Passive is 13.
Yeah.
He's being evasive,
That's fair.
but you agree. The archive is the wrong place. On second thought.
I will say, however, I think that libraries are far too quiet, and there should be music somewhere, like maybe spells or something to make it a little bit more lively in here. You spend a lot of time in silence. It makes the mind wander to weird places.
After having this conversation, several books kind of like shift and like move places on their own.
Is this one of those haunted libraries?
No, watch this. I take one of the books, the newer looking one, and I close it. I'm going to put it back in the wrong spot. I put it on the shelf. A couple seconds go by and it moves. It's such a fun trick to play.
How is everything categorized? Where is? If one was looking for something, how would you find it?
Well, I mean, I ask people who are familiar with the area, but you could just reference the files, I suppose.
I don't believe he's one for files.
Or referencing, probably.
Real
Don't
life
worry,
stuff.
Godric. If you need any books, we can
Now-
handle finding them.
You're all armed like you've just gotten back from something serious.
Well, if I'm being truthful with you, it was our arrival here was rapid.
A dragon
and
teleported us
unplanned.
here.
I actually just recently arrived through a form of teleportation as well.
Well, my friend Godric here, while he's gifted in many arts, one of those arts is not the art of subtlety.
What is
I look him up and down.
Exactly.
Fair.
What is subtlety?
You know, you're really gonna have to work on this, Godric. If we're gonna be spies, like we can't just be telling.
It's just a
This
word
is the
of
bit where
advice.
Godric
If
plays
you're going to
dumber
be
than he really
spies,
is.
Don't say that out loud ever again.
Oh, well, we're not gonna be spies here. We'll be spies somewhere else.
Interesting.
Somewhere that if I told you, I would have to murder you.
Well, back to the original question, or well, more succinctly, why exactly are you asking me about how to defeat dragons with secret weapons?
Well, don't you think dragons are scary?
Yes, absolutely. I also think that they can be of great help to us. They have much knowledge and wisdom.
Well, you know, the good ones, but not all of them are good. There's some bad apples.
Again, fair.
So
Should we go somewhere? We can sit, maybe. He looks uncomfortable around all of this.
Last time I was in the library, it all fell down.
Oh yeah, we should leave. And is that... I'm sorry, are you...
I pull down the hood.
You are a Warforged.
I am.
You'd be the first I've ever met. I've read about them, plenty. But it's quite an honor, friend.
Oh, thank you. I've always been one, so thank you. I don't know how to respond. I've met many elves.
That's
I guess we should start with our names.
Sure. I'll agree to give you my name if you give me yours.
I am Locke.
Locke. Well met. I am Ulthion Amadeo. If that is too difficult to say, Ulthion will suffice. And I look over at Godric, and if that is still too difficult, just, I don't know, maybe practice a little.
That was Ulthion, yes?
Yes, it was.
Well, let's go find these suits before Godric destroys the library.
Sounds great, Trin
I was
Twilight.
drunk. It's not going to happen
Trin.
again. As I turn and leave, walking slower.
Yeah, as you raise your hands, you actually hit the shelf.
I rush over to kind of stabilize it. I rub the spine of
We
one
should
bush.
make-
Shh. He didn't mean it. He didn't mean it.
By the way, name is Godric Angerson.
Godric.
Yes.
Well met, friend. And then you would be?
Katarina. And I'll
Katarina.
kind of extend my hand.
I take it, and I pull your whole hand to my forehead and just rest it there for a second, and then I shake it.
Pleasure to meet you.
You notice her skin is ice cold to the touch.
Fascinating.
What is with the weird ones?
Godric, you're one of the weird ones.
We all are. We stand out.
Don't you know that?
I'll have you know I'm completely normal.
Weird is a way of saying the exceptional. So let our exceptional group go to the lounging area.
We have a murder robot. We have a talking goblin.
What the hell's a robot?
I just don't say things. And we have whatever you are.
It is not uncommon for a goblin to be able to talk.
Generally,
We
they
have a
just.
talking Goliath too.
Well, no. Normally, they just scream.
You know what? I think we're gonna start distracting some of these people. Let's go.
I sure hope the others here feel the same way that you do about the silence, because it seems to have been broken.
Well, they can always leave and come back. This library, unlike maybe the one you've been in, was built to last.
And that one was in Emirath, and I was kicked out.
You know, I like to teach people lessons, and one of the lessons that I'm trying to teach Godric is that goblins are people. And I start walking towards
That's true,
the
they
lounge.
are. I walk over to the to one of the quiet study rooms, and I just open the door and motion for you guys to enter.
Ooh, quiet study.
I walk in and crouch.
Oh, intimate.
I hate those.
As I find like one of the very nicely upholstered like lounge chairs, and I hop up. And then I hop down and I grab a couple books and I set them on the lounge chair and I hop up and I let them up against the books.
If there's
Because
another,
it's a little bit odd sized for me.
I'll walk up to another lounge chair and see if the center cushion comes out. If it does, I'm gonna put that on the floor and lean my back against the chair because I don't fit in the chair.
You're
I'm
huge.
gonna sit in a chair like normal.
I'm
How dare you? Well, I still don't quite understand where you're going with your questions. But I have a question of my own. Were you not the group that was tasked with finding the dragon orbs? Did you find them? May I see one?
I don't think we're allowed to just go around.
If you want to see them, you should talk to
We don't have them on our on our person at the moment.
They were destroyed! Their relics lost to time!
All right, I'm sensing
Remember when we said
some
let's not
hesitation
tell
here.
anyone where they are?
We'll circle back to this
First
some other
person we
time.
meet.
Katarina's over there kicking you in the shin.
What? He seems nice.
One could
here.
One can spend many lifetimes searching for them and never find them, only to be left with the memory of their dreams in which they had failed to achieve.
That sounded rehearsed.
It did. He is a bard.
Everyone knows the stories of the orbs. Everyone knows. You would know if you read a book.
Well,
The short story is they are not in our possession at the moment.
And I pull out my book of stories and I slap it down on my lap. See, I have a bunch of stories. I start flipping through it. It's like, oh, there's the one about the gnome and his strange curiosities.
I kind of gracefully walk over to you while you're looking through that book, and I just look over your shoulder at it.
No.
Where'd that come from? Did you write it?
No, I didn't write it.
Excellent. Maybe I could borrow it sometime.
I don't know if we know each other like that. As I clutch it to my chest.
Godric certainly thinks we do.
So trusting. He's got a player's face.
They're at this exact location. I'll give you the coordinates.
I set down a book next to you that's written in Elven script. It's fairly thin, but it's larger than the normal dimensions of a book, and I just kind of slide it towards you. We could trade knowledge. It's just a
I
story
read
book.
the cover.
You're asking him. I'm the one who set down the book.
Do you read Elvish?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the Librum of Thicinia.
The Librum of Synonyms?
Thicinia.
It's
Elven
a thesaurus.
Great and powerful thesaurus. All the dinosaurs feared the thesaurus.
Yeah.
There we go. My character arc has come to fruition. I'm not here. Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah. Goodbye.
That's funny.
So the
That's
Libra,
what it says.
It's a Libra?
Librum.
Like astrology?
Yeah.
Librum.
What is that?
Like book in Latin.
They're not supposed to date like cancers.
Librum is book in Latin.
So it's a book
So glad we're
of
back.
synonyms. Synonyms.
It is the Librum of Thicinia.
Licinia. Does that Licinia?
Is Librum another word you're unfamiliar with, like
Yes.
chevron?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
it's the book of
I'm
Thicinia.
literally.
Yeah.
I'm not like being a dick. And
Oh, I know. That's why I'm like.
I literally don't. I haven't heard it before.
To be fair, I don't fucking know either. I'm just too busy laughing to say anything.
Yeah. Does Licinia
Thicinia?
ring a bell? Does that like? Oh yeah, everyone's heard of Licinia. It's like super cool and
Make a
interesting.
history check. Is that how you roll?
Throw it angrier next time.
Yeah. Tell me how you really feel.
I got a 7.
Just a 7?
I feel bad now.
Never fucking heard of it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and so I turned to you and I said, why would I want to read about Licinia? What is Licinia?
What is Thicinia?
Dysinia. The Librum of Dysinia.
Well, if you read the book, you'd know. I could teach you.
I feel like this is one of those tricks where they're like, it could be anything. It could even be something you actually care to know. It's like this book could be full of anything.
There was a temple of Thessinia. It's a lost temple now, but this book contains the last remnants of the knowledge from this temple, dedicated to Gondolin, of course.
Gondolin. Does that ring a bell?
It does ring a bell.
Oh! Maybe we could. I say subtly trying to maintain my composure.
I went through some emotional roller coasters trying to Google that word.
Librum?
I spelled 3 other Librums and they were all different shit.
It's like
One of the ones he spelled out.
Freudian slip over there. Fuck, what are you thinking about?
One of the ones he spelled out was like a very strong
current of fucking water.
you know, that, and then there was a horse tranquilizer.
He's like, what the? None of these are accurate.
I want the tranquilizer. Go on.
Yeah.
I don't think it'd work on a Warforged.
Damn it.
Gondolin was what the United Factions in Ancient Kingdom of the Elves used to be called before its fall and collapse.
Mm.
Oh, that's old.
Well, so I close my book and I set it down and I reach over and I quickly snatch the other book up and I start reading it.
I very calmly take his book and just kind of hold it for a bit.
As you see, my book is written in Goblin. Do you read Goblin? No, I'm kidding.
I don't.
Damn it.
Swindled again.
It happens every time.
It never gets any easier.
Whoa.
Either way, so
My toes.
Oh.
yeah, so the several chairs, desks, and spaces where the elves or wizards' apprentices and researchers would come to the towers in order to look into ancient lore, magic, and do research. Upon entering the room, like almost cool bluish magical lights kind of light up on their own, and a fireplace, a gentle small fire, kind of kicks up on its own as well, warming the room and the space. And a window kind of just appears in the wall to the outside, so that you can see fresh organic light coming flooding into the room, casting down and further assisting in illuminating this fairly large space, actually. Probably large enough to hold 5 or 6 people fairly comfortably while they do their own work. But basically private.
So, if you were to be more specific about your questions, I'll do my best to give you the answers to these hypotheticals.
Well, could you break it down for him?
Matt's like, quit putting me in a fucking spot, people.
No! No, because I'm shit at memory stuff.
Just passing the torch.
Well, God damn it.
No one really knows why we're here.
All right, Alex.
Kick it to Katarina.
I'll just admit it. No, I can't remember. I don't remember what we're doing right now. It's because I got the backbone enough to know I suck.
Wait, Arch,
and that's how Legendary Action ended.
Wait, no, legitimately, aren't we here because of you?
But no, I don't know.
And the teleport stones?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah.
Oh, shit!
No,
Oh my
that
God.
shit went right out after we started talking about the spell version. All right, fine. Yeah, that's why we're here.
Oh, shit!
We're professionals.
No, we're not.
We gotta get used to in person again.
Yeah.
We're all professionals.
I gotta
in
tell you, it was a
respective fields.
to me, I like playing in person, but I'll tell you, when your voice is directly in my ears, I can still hear you when I'm reading.
Yeah.
All right. We are looking for the ability to activate waystones.
You did that, and all I thought of was fucking Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, dude, and fucking Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, dude. Fucking lemon face, lion face, dude. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know why, but you doing like
Lemon
you're
face,
like, I'm in character
lion
now.
face. Lemon face, lion face.
Yeah. Anyways,
That's funny.
all right, so that's done with. All right.
Well, that doesn't sound anything like your original question, but that I do know things about.
Well, Trin got a little ahead of himself.
Do you have you found a deactivated waystone? That would be the place to start.
Not exactly, but if we want the ability. Should we come across them? We're headed towards most probably the tomb of an ancient elf, and it's possible there may be one there or nearby.
Well, that settles it. Where is this place, and when are we going?
Oh, I see you're more of a I'll do it for you, then I'll teach you.
Well, it's more of a you've piqued my interest greatly, and I could give you the means to do so, but if I don't, you'll take me there, and then I can see it for myself.
Well,
You're extorting us into adventure?
hold on.
Yes.
Hold on.
And I'm
hold
very
on.
excited for it.
Hold on.
No.
Now, if you're a spy for the cult of domination, you have to tell us. Are you a spy?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, that's the law, dude.
I am a member of the cult of domination, and I believe that. Sorry, I'm. No,
Wait,
I'm
really?
Not. No, I'm not.
Do I believe him?
Make an inside check with disadvantage.
Ah!
I cast detect thoughts. Natural 20!
Nice.
11.
Oh.
So 11 plus my amazing insight, which is 9. 20!
9?
20.
Just a face
A
of honesty
disadvantage.
right there.
Oh.
I have a very believable demeanor. Again, I kind of look like I just got that like player face. What is stop?
It gets caught in the toe, and I gotta push it out.
Why are
Okay.
you towing it?
Yeah.
Stop towing the line.
Because I'm kicking my foot, and it went smack. Oh
I don't
no!
know if they can see it, but my microphone is just like wiggling all over the place because of him.
They're playing footsie under the table.
And the- okay, the table's taller, so I get over kicking my foot a little bit.
All the whispering,
And
now the
there's tables.
footsie, you two are in love. And that's,
You know what? We'll switch seats next
Beautiful.
time.
and that's fine, but keep it up.
Yeah.
Settle down.
Not at the table.
Yeah, the
My
thing
feet are now
No.
All right, so
Trin Twilight, I am not a member of the cult of domination, and they would be directly opposing to my own personal goals.
All right, just so you know, if you
In
betray,
fact-
if you betray us, you will rue the day.
I'll beat you with your own arm.
I look around at the party.
No, you will rue this day and that day, and the days that come after that.
Now, will I rue every Thursday, or this?
You will rue
specific day?
every Friday, 7:30 Pacific Standard Time.
Well, I will endeavor not to commit any actions that will cause me to rue this day.
Very well. Not as you were.
Well,
What the fuck is going on?
Thank you for thoroughly vetting him first.
That's what I'm here for.
if you want to travel with us, you should know that's objectively a terrible idea.
It's very dangerous to one's health.
And you'd be putting yourself at great risk for possibly no reward and a gruesome death.
Do we have the list of our enemies still?
Nope.
Well, then I suppose I should let you know that I am one of the chosen priests of a god of vengeance. And if something negative were to happen to me because of you lot, you'd be dealing with deific vengeance.
So then we leave him.
Or you be heroes and don't let him die.
I have a hard enough
I
trying.
think you have it. I
have a hard enough trying to keep you guys alive.
I see it in you.
But you
Doc.
have.
I
They're
see
here.
it in you.
Well,
No, I just hit things harder and
Potential.
let them survive.
well,
Potential to be great.
I do the swinging, they do the running.
and
Not the sexual kind.
what?
He does some of that too.
I don't think I've ever read of an ineffectual warforged. I'm sure they hold their own.
I mean, his magic is great. His decision making, not so much.
I think I make a fine decision.
No.
These two bicker as brothers do.
I can sense quite a bit of tension. How?
I only warn you out of sheer courtesy. If you want to adventure with us, you have to know it's going to be dangerous, and you'll need to be able to carry your own weight. But we will do our best to help you as well.
I'll do my best to carry my own weight. The life of the Blood Elves of Eredor are not easy lives. We live in constant danger of the Spellscar and the Drukar. I can hold my own in a fight. And what weight I can't carry, the Seldarine will carry for me.
How do you feel about dragons? Fighting them?
I'd prefer not to, but
Well, that's going to happen.
I mean,
That's just how that is.
my son Aravelar, his godfather, is a dragon, actually.
You see, Conjure completely stopped.
This whole world's been turned upside down.
He's constantly getting revelations.
Either way, we're going to be fighting dragons.
Like
We're going to
Goliath
kill
youth
them.
are lied to their whole
Oh,
lives.
that'll be
or
a grand
something.
adventure.
No?
If it brings us closer to greatness, I have business with greatness.
You know what? You remind me of an old friend. Really crazy orc. That was a gladiator, obsessed with glory.
Oh no, I'm not obsessed with glory. It's just if I find myself in the presence of greatness quite a bit, I might be able to fulfill a bit of one of my dreams. It's not my own glory I care about, though.
What is with people and fucking riddles?
Oh, I
Yeah.
can speak plainly if you'd like.
I don't think we're in a great position to turn down help, and since his help comes at the cost of going with us,
So where are we going? You said it was an elven tomb?
Yes, the temple of near the temple of Calavandria.
Shrine.
Shrine. There you go. Small little thing.
Well, the Shrine of Calavandria? I mean, there's certainly more than one.
The one in the
In the Greyspire Mountains.
Oh, I haven't been there yet. To the mountains at all, the Grey Spires. Excellent. That's south from here, I believe.
we were gonna go from here and hopefully ask if the dragon will teleport us there.
It's a big ask. Oh. Why not?
The worst thing is no, and we get to walk.
Now, serious question, and I sit down cross-legged in front of Trin. Where are you from? I don't mean to be rude, but I've never met a goblin, and you seem very different from the ones I've read about.
Discomfort.
That's kind of a long story.
Excellent. I love long stories.
Well, you see, there was a couple goblins, and they fell in love. And they had a couple kids.
That
And
didn't
they
die.
decided that they weren't really going to have any more, but they were they needed some more help running their store. So then they had some more kids, and then they were pretty sure they were done. And then I came along.
So you have many siblings.
Yes, we're not that close.
Still, that's... I'd love to know more about that.
Having many siblings?
Having siblings at all.
No,
Not a common elven trait.
it's a blessing and a curse.
Now, do most goblins have children for the entire sake of child labor?
Well, it's not labor. It's more It helps. It definitely helps. More hands lighten the load kind of thing, but it's kind of like how I've noticed some other races have these like family ties and obligations, so it's if you don't help them out, what are you supposed to do? Go run away? I'm running away, and then there's nowhere to go except for like bad places. It's definitely better to stick around and help out. It's just part of growing up, right? You just pitch in.
Sure. That's part of growing up for goblins, I suppose.
Well, I've met many like farmers and then other folks in my travels, and their kids do the same thing. I didn't think it was really a goblin specific thing.
You're right. I suppose it could just be a trait of the more mortal races.
I helped my father with his studies as well.
Yes.
Less laborious, I guess.
Oh, I was speaking more to the running away in dark places. We don't tend to do that. Well, unless you count the entirety of the wood elves and the moon elves and the dark. Never mind.
Well, you may have noticed, but goblins are kind of small.
And frail.
We're wiry. But goblin kids, when they run away, it never really ends up good. That I've heard. The best I've ever really heard of is like getting together and run a little street gang kind of thing. Most of the time, not very good.
Well, if you've agreed to take me with you, I'm going to hold you to your word. I believe that you are an honorable folk, correct?
What are we agreeing to?
Take me with you to see this elven shrine?
That's it?
Yes. What else would...
I don't know. Lately we've been making a lot of deals.
Well, let's have a gentleman's agreement to protect each other on the road as well. Yes? No backstabbing or lies, deceit.
Don't look at me.
I'm sitting here looking everywhere.
You looked right at me.
I was looking right at
Dude, why are you so self-conscious? You're projecting.
You know what you did.
I think you're dealing with your own insecurities right now. All right.
At that, I just kind of reach out, offer my hand to shake it,
Oh.
and I flip your hand over.
I can't wait to see him fight.
What did you see?
It's soft.
Oh yes, I moisturize, lotion quite a bit. Want to keep them healthy. Flipping pages all day long can really dry the hands out.
He's going to die.
Hey, it's fine. You take care of yourself. I can relate to that. You think this just happens?
I see a callus on your
As
big finger
a
right
gesture to my beautiful self?
He plays a stringed instrument, I'm sure. And look at that hair, it's quite magnificent.
here. You don't see what he puts in it.
You can't argue with results, Godric.
I can when I have to smell it.
I think you're quite handsome.
Thank you.
Well, couple things. One, since I feel, we've made the deal. It would be me activating the Waystone if we find one, but it's because of this. And I reach into my pouch and I pull out this almost, it's like, it looks like either petrified wood or some kind of strange, like smooth stone object. This is a Waystone key. I can use it to reactivate the Waystones if we find them. It's a very powerful thing, though. We would be able to instantly travel between any activated Waystone. We could go to Eridor. We could go to Everesca, here in Ilithir. Just like that.
That's handy.
We need to make sure it didn't fall into the wrong hands. Not the key, specifically, though a danger that would be, but even the knowledge of the Waystones themselves. And I'm sorry, I probably should have mentioned this before, but we'll have to bring my friend along.
Who is your friend?
Burrup. I've known him since he was a child. He's a fantastic cook, a boisterous. You probably get along with. You actually, he's like a barely shorter, hairy version of you. He's great. He kind of just tagged along. I was getting ready to leave, and he showed up and said, "Hey, you forgot your food," which I didn't. He wanted to bring me more, I suppose, and so I went to take it from him, and he said he'll carry it, and here he is. So,
What is it?
sorry, the story probably isn't funny for you, but for me it's hilarious.
It shows.
Thank you. Honestly, I'm barely containing myself.
Well, where is your friend?
I don't quite know, but I'll find him.
Is
Wait, that's his alarm spell going off right now.
The alarm spell. Hurry up and deal with your vehicle.
Make sure it's not you.
Yeah, just making sure. I hear that's a trick.
We'll take a short little intermission. There we go.
Oh, there it goes.
That was quick.
We
It
did
must have
it.
been one of the nearby neighbors. One of them.
Was it you?
Are you ricocheting it?
It
It's
was
you.
Alex.
No, it's not me.
We keep pushing the button.
You gotta put it
Okay.
to your head to bounce it off the radar dish inside of him.
No.
Because it looked like you were pushing a button and it kept beeping.
He's like, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, does your head like bounce signal around? Like, what the fuck?
You've never done that where you're in like a parking lot and you hit the button and it doesn't really work, but if you
Yes.
put it up to your head, it does work?
Yes, to find my Subarus, I've absolutely done that.
Well, you don't have. Never mind. Subarus, Lamborghinis.
Yeah, Lamborghini. You see, you're catching
Well,
up.
when I have a hearing disability and you say something that sounds a lot like Subaru, but like you're saying it lazily,
Yeah,
I
To be
just-
fair, he misheard Librum earlier. Come
That
on.
shit was so
I don't
good.
understand. You've
And he
got
got labia out of
Lamborghinis
it.
and Subarus, but how come nobody ever talks about vans?
I like that.
Wait a minute. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of here.
That's dad joke adjacent. That's how
Well,
cheesy it is.
Ulthion is a father.
No, so after mentioning your friend, you hear someone calling out from the other side of the door, like kind of distant but not nearby. Just Ulthion, Ulthion,
Oh, that's him. I better tell him, or he'll cause.
Ulthion.
He's a lot like yeah. There we go. Hold on. I go over and I open the door.
I lean
Borrow.
to look
I'm over
out
here.
the door.
So you guys hear some almost like rapid, just boom, 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 boom. So
Sorry,
something
Eddie.
kind of. So, what comes through the door? Ulthion, I was looking for you. You weren't where you were. You said you would be there, but you're not there no more.
I know.
So,
Usually I don't move for hours or days on end. I apologize. I've met new friends.
and then he kind of looks. So, what comes through the door seems to be a sort of well-groomed and not at all atypical, very large and kind of just powerful-looking bugbear. Wearing these these garbs, these nice garbs, are kind of like red, almost in red in the tone of his cape, and he kind of looks at you all.
I quickly stand
Alright,
behind Locke.
I'm
and
Burrup.
I look behind
I
his
stand
leg
up
like
at
a
that.
kid.
I stand up.
I imagine
Godric.
terrible stories about parents.
Well,
This is let me actually try. This should be good. Locke, Trin Twilight, Katarina, and then he said his name was Godric, and I believe it.
he looks like a Godric.
Right.
He looks like a Godric.
Can I stand a little bit?
What is that though? Well, you said his name was Trin. What is it?
He appears to be a performer, and he is quite an adept reader. Although
He
he
kind
didn't
of
know what a
walks
Libra
over,
was.
stumps forward towards Locke, and kind of just like leans down, and tries to like look at you.
I keep like going around the person on his leg.
Oh, you two would actually
What is going
bugbears and goblins in some way related.
Wait.
Is it a goblin?
What?
I thought it was a halfling.
They're related?
I don't think directly.
No, we're not.
I don't know.
Why are you hiding?
I see it in
Why?
the ears.
Kind of moves around Locke. Looking at you.
What? I see it in the ears.
Nice. He's just self-consciously. He's like, really? Starts petting him.
You
Scratches
wish.
his head.
As I like flare out my ears a little bit.
Burrup does the same thing, almost
He's-
simultaneously.
He's self-conscious about the ears. He never gets them right when he transforms.
Huh?
That's his story to tell, I'm sure.
Ultiog, where is... Looks around underneath his feet. Where's Misha? Have you seen her?
No, I haven't, now that I think about it.
He kind of... Misha! Misha, where are you?
I look in my bag.
Is this another friend of yours?
Well, friend of his.
That's fine. He just rumbles in, kind of goes through a pack, opens it, and he pulls out this really small and intricate looking, like strange, almost like whistle, and like blows on it, and then stops for a minute, listens, and coming into the room, like running and sliding into the door, being chased by what sounds like a couple of scribes from the other room, comes in this very small and delicate orange fox that kind of runs up to him, jumps up into the pouch, and just hides. And the two scribes come in the room. Where did it go? Did you see it come in here? Was there a fox in here?
It was a trick of magical illusion and nothing more.
This is
So speaketh the law master of Alatrari.
Oh.
I swear it came in here. No more mischief inside the archives. And they both kind of turn and close the door behind them.
It's my favorite thing to do is to throw around my title like that. It's amazing.
That's cheating.
It really only works in libraries.
So he kind of reaches in there and he's like, Misha, meet everybody, and like picks up the fox almost by like the back of the neck and just holds it up and then puts it down in his arms. Misha, meet everybody.
Got your just face.
Hello, Misha.
I'm absentmindedly like kind of rubbing the
What
fur
are you
on her
doing?
head.
Why are you
Saying, I hate her.
Stand
I
out
hate
in
her.
the
She's
open.
terrible and
No, what?
mischievous. She's the worst.
He doesn't
worst
mean
fox
that. He loves you.
She's
What is she for?
What are you for?
That's rude.
Murder.
I've only really had small animals as
Pets?
experiments.
What?
Well, that's not that unusual. What's wrong?
Covers her ears.
I'm rethinking everything about our agreement.
Don't worry, Misha, I won't let her touch you.
you.
Puts her in there. You hear some squeaking.
Please don't hang me in the bed.
Sometimes she warns us that there are, bandits up ahead or whatever.
Misha is very smart. She's been a friend of mine forever. I found her in the garden. Ultheon said we're supposed to kill pests when they're in the farm.
It's true. I did say that.
But I said no and said I shouldn't. I've had her ever since. She's a good friend of mine.
I love the way you recount stories, honestly. It's fantastic.
Straight to the point.
Yeah.
To the point. Beginning, middle, end. Best way.
I feel attacked.
Anyway, Burrup can also carry his own weight, and Misha won't be much of a bother as long as you don't leave your food laying out. Or
Burrup is strong.
he is quite strong.
And he points to his arm, the muscles.
Very long arm.
You mean he's not afraid of imminent danger?
Please, you're... What? Get...
Trent,
What is the goblin's... What's wrong with him?
there's nothing wrong with him.
Normally, it's not like
I think
this.
to the
Sure.
goblin, there's something wrong with you.
You're
You're intimidating. You're scary.
okay. Shows off one of its big canines.
It's all right. Although he did try to tell me he was a vegetarian, and that joke went on for about 6 months. I almost believed it.
Until you saw him eating something like, I don't know, a child.
No, I mean, I suppose it was a deer child.
Oh, a baby deer. Oh, that's disgusting.
What? They're plentiful. They're everywhere on Eridor. At least on Terrowyn.
That's true.
That's the only place I've been, though.
The Terrowyn deer also, they have this amazing sheen on their antlers. It's as beautiful as the mainland is here. Yes, it's gorgeous.
Anyway, so what are we off to now,
okay?
Ultion?
I'm very confused.
They've told me about an old shrine or temple up in the Greyspire Mountains, and it's an elven temple. So I'm going with them.
So we're leaving here?
Yes.
But it's so nice here. Everybody's polite. The food is good. It reminds me of home.
It's similar to home, but I mean, it's like going into somebody else, like your neighbor's house, and they're not. They're similar. The layout's the same, but they're not dealing with the same problems you're dealing with.
I don't like our neighbors.
Back home?
I don't like our neighbors.
Back home?
Yes, back home. I would never go into their house. Not even if they invited me. I don't like them.
Our neighbor is my mentor.
Oh, yeah. Great people. He just turns away.
If you want to go home, you can. You've gotten me this far.
No, you'll die without me.
That's probably true. It's not true at all. It's not true at all.
Burrup is a great cook. Also, dabbles in magic. You've probably never heard of it or seen it before.
So someone could say your cooking is magical.
Yes.
I like him. Yes. He's very entertaining. Jury's still out on the Warforged. He seems awkward.
He doesn't look real. Bert walks right up to you. He's like looking at you.
Don't, no.
Oh, careful!
I think.
Well,
it's
it is wrong to poke people.
Look at him, he's 500 pounds of cold, hard, murderous steel!
He barely looks big enough to. I don't know. What does he weigh? Like 20 stones? 40 stones?
I would say he's not that heavy. He's quite light.
Oh, you just wait till he reaches his final form. He's just gonna power up and see.
I'm just between two goblins now. Just one above, one below. I step to the side and I kind of pull Trin off of my leg. No! I am real. As he said, I'm a Warforged.
What is Warforged? What are they? Never heard, never seen.
Spectacularly complicated question.
Living trash can.
No, it's actually quite simple. He is a soul given physical form, sometimes in the form of wood and metal, sometimes just metallic. Am I losing you again? Are you even paying attention?
What?
Yeah. Never mind. He's like us. He's just kind of made of armor.
He does also know some magic, though.
You know magic too?
A bit.
Good. Strong magic? Like good magic?
He makes shit explode.
Burrup knows magic too. I said earlier.
Excellent. We should
Can change into other animals.
share. We should share our knowledge sometime.
Okay. Don't know if I can teach you though. Not sure what there.
Well, maybe I can
His
teach
magic kind of comes to him naturally.
you.
Yeah.
Whole clan, whole family, long time. Ever since saved from the Drukar. And taken in by Ulthion family. All Burrup's great relatives. Served family.
Yeah, they were adopted. He's an honorary blood elf. He's my brother. Sort of like a
Hey,
very, very, very younger brother.
that's what he is.
Oh,
I suppose he's my very younger brother, more than likely.
You're my younger brother.
I've only been conscious for the last 10 years.
Burrup tired, he's sitting now and just fucking plops down on the floor.
actually, Burrup, if you wouldn't mind and gather my armor and gear. We'll probably take it to the end. I'm
Burp
kind of
just
impatient
got
about
here. Fire's warm and cozy. Sleep time.
All right, take
And
it
he
out.
just
then
sat
go.
down.
It'll be fine. I'm kind of impatient to get to adventure though, so I'd like to go within the next month or two.
That's reasonable.
I'm sure we will be going much sooner than that.
No sooner than 20 minutes. 20-minute nap.
God.
Lays down.
It's quite amazing. You'll hear him snoring and everything. 20 minutes, he's up like he's just drank the most amazing tea. He'll have energy for days.
Ugh.
It's incredible.
Is he already snoring?
Not yet. He's drifting
I'll
now.
watch him carefully.
Chen, is there something wrong?
Or might be outside. Sounds like someone's being murdered.
They're screaming going on, and it's like, what the fuck?
Out in the halls, there's a disaster happening in the tower. Y'all got the throne room all over again.
Not our problem.
You just shut the door. No, not this time.
No.
You know, we would peer out the windows, but they're all blocked by set design.
What? No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Windows.
Windows. This
We're
is a
in
dungeon.
Yeah, we're in an actual dungeon.
No.
You took stairs to get here, don't lie.
I did take stairs to get here.
That's true.
Like, multiple flights.
Ha! Joke's on you. We're dead. This is hell. And then you're stuck here.
No. It's a stairway to heaven. It's a highway to hell.
Yeah, you go there a lot.
Well,
You
I
did drive to
did
get
take
here.
a highway here too.
Yeah, but the stairs went down. That's the problem.
No, I can only hope that I go to hell and it's like this.
Yeah, I know, right?
Like, you know, it's much better than like a lot of other options, like that one theory that's floating around where it's like nothing.
Yeah.
I'd rather just do this forever.
My personal hell would be playing D&D and my players don't understand anything I tell them. That would be a problem.
Well, what do you mean?
Exactly.
What do you mean, though,
Wait.
exactly?
Like, are you talking about us? Was that a joke?
You know that?
No, not at all.
Whenever you start talking about elven things with like proper elven names, that's basically like no lie. I can't follow it at all.
I just-
Not even a
Oh,
little.
we're gonna have so much fun.
Part of me wants to like. I want to notice what it sounds because like you can't understand a fucking. It's just like, am I mishearing that? I'm so confused.
I'm sure I'm mishearing it. But yes, you were saying.
So Burrup just sits up. Fine, Burrup, no good sleep anyway. Talkie goblin. And he gets up and starts heading out of the room, like kind of trunges out.
All
Heads
right.
into the hallway.
Well, I never.
He just mumbles to himself out of the hall. Talkie.
So does the Trent, are you going to be all right with him traveling with us?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Now, I can say he's not like any other goblin kind. He's never been among his own people.
So he's like you different.
No, Trent seems to bathe a lot more.
Well, I was just making a reference that he's like the only goblin that I've had a conversation with.
Well,
Well, you know, I do come from like a city, so you know, maybe we just stopped and like tried to talk to more goblins.
Normally, they're not
As
allowed
I
in the city.
mumble
that would be lovely, actually. After the shrine, maybe you could direct me towards your home, and I'll visit there.
Oh, it's very far away. Very, very far away. Zardram is.
I'm from Eridor. It's across the sea.
Oh, yeah. I could tell we point you in the right direction.
What brings you here from so far away?
Considering whether or not I should be quite dramatic now. A divine calling, a crusade.
Against?
Well, I mean, against the ruling of our god, Glorindel. It's a very long story. It took me 75 years to get the basics down.
You just said against.
Yes. Not against so much as... How much do you know of the plight of the Blood Elves?
Oh.
They die easy?
Do we?
Oh, he said blind.
All people die easy.
Right. Well, do you know anything of the War of Sorrows? Do you have a primer? Do I have to start at the very beginning? Or is there a chance that you happen to know anything about history other than your own people?
Oh.
No.
Okay, well, let me put it to you in words you will definitely understand. Bad things happened, Daddy is mad at us, and we need to fix it.
That sounds familiar.
How so?
My daddy's mad at us, and I'm here to fix it.
Well, your dad's name is Anger.
No.
You said your name was Angerson.
No.
That is what you said.
Yes.
Okay, I'm following.
Scornful gods and all
So-
that.
I forsaked my name and took up Son of Anger. Well, I was given that name by my shaman after I forsaked my family name.
Forsook, I believe. That's the word you're looking for.
That's perfectly Elven.
Uh-huh. And then I was given tattoos and told to go kill dragons in the name of Crom.
In the name of prom.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Why?
Prom, I mean, he is a deity, but really what he is a cautionary tale. He's... Take a half step away from you. He's pathetic.
Hunter stands up.
What did he say?
I didn't hear anything.
I'm sorry, there was a little bit of bread in my throat. He's kind of pathetic.
Oh.
I cast modify memory.
What? Wow! Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. What?
And I use a bardic inspiration as like, Godric, you don't understand. As I to unsettling words. So your save.
Do I get?
Your save has a minus a d10.
Oh.
So -1.
Okay.
What is going on?
I'm being attacked by a Trin. Well, Trin has seen some shit, so he's like, "Don't explode." I completely understand this reaction.
Yeah, so I cast. All right, let me pull up this little spell here.
You're lucky he's not raging.
I was just thinking that right now. I'm like,
He's like, can I go into a rage?
I was like,
He did say Crom was pathetic.
If he had stood up more abruptly and been like, he said what? And like acted like it, I might have said like, yeah.
Yeah, so
I had to clarify.
it's
Did I just hear that?
you need to make a wisdom 17.
Oh,
Ooh, dang!
you're lucky it's wisdom.
Yamcha?
With a -1.
Yes.
It won't matter.
Yamcha's back, baby!
What?
Whoa.
You definitely changed my mind.
Yeah, it works.
So so I'm like, he's just saying how great that your God is and stuff. And as I say that, I implant the memory that he was talking about how great Crom is, and he's a huge fan.
I'm glad you understand how great he is.
So, shall we
Someone
be on
finally
our way then?
understands.
Oh.
See, you guys need to be better like him.
I am staring at the little goblin.
Yeah, I raise an eyebrow at the room.
I'm real tired of people talking crap about Crom. I'm gonna start breaking faces next time. This guy, he's kind of cool. I'm glad we're bringing him.
Lovely. I'm glad we're all getting along.
At some point, we should sit down and have a heart-to-heart. But I'll read the room correctly and move on.
What is he talking about?
Oh, it's you know, you get him started on Crom, he just won't stop. Stop.
All right.
It's the Breakfast Club.
All right, then I guess we go see Anara and see about teleportation.
Lenara, she's here?
Is she still here?
I fucking hate you. You're the worst person imaginable.
Fuck you, Justin.
What?
Because do you know what I said in my fucking head? I barely know her, and it pissed me off. I hate you so much.
Inside joke.
I believe the elf asked you a question.
Sorry. Can you repeat the question?
I asked if Inara was here.
Yeah, she's the one who brought us here.
Oh, well, that kind of explains you wanting to ask a dragon to teleport you. Weird. She's so disagreeable at times, though. Very moody.
Oh, I think we caught her in a pretty good mood. Pretty good.
Good enough to tell me things about my runes I did not know.
Right. Well, yeah, let's go find her and get going. Hopefully Burup's actually gathering my gear.
Yeah. You got it, Sheriff. As I start leaving the room.
Sheriff.
Don't ask me.
Okay.
All right.
On the way, Trin, is there a Mrs. Twilight at home?
I can't remember.
Maybe.
I can't remember my memory of it.
Are you
Do
interested?
do goblins share multiple
Bards.
wives or just one?
Well, in my family, there's some odd situations that go on out there. Some real deviants, you know what I'm saying? But no, there's no Mrs. Twilight.
Ah.
But my mom and dad are still together. They're kind of happy, I think. I don't know. They're always yelling at each other. But it's like that yelling that, there's love behind it.
Right. No, I recently quarreled with my wife. Very recently, actually, only about 23 years ago, and there was yelling, for sure, raised voices. You could, if you were standing in the room, you definitely could have heard us.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if they didn't yell and go around the way they did, they might. I don't think they'd stay together, Kenneth. I don't think it'd be.
Well,
I don't think the relationship would be what it is. But no.
Some people would call it proof of passion.
Yeah, there you go. But I travel around so much. I meet people, but nothing that really lasts.
Oh, interesting. I haven't been traveling for that long, and it honestly haven't even had room to miss Aethwyn yet. Plus, I can speak to her almost any time I want.
Is it rude to ask an elf how old they are?
I don't think so.
Lovely. How old are you exactly?
482 years old.
Fascinating.
Yes.
You see Godric. Damn.
Like,
But I wouldn't bother asking me for marital advice. We're still newlyweds.
How long
75
exactly?
years.
Oh, of course. Longer than most of our entire lifetimes.
I spend a lot of time around books, and I must say that you four are, just pleasantly awkward.
It's all about that quality time, not quantity.
so as Trin hits the doors leaving the towers of magic and high magic and sorcery, for the first time since you open the doors to a beautifully sunny and gorgeous weather day. The city of Yuvalari spreads out forward, intermingled amongst various bridges and beautifully crafted and designed elven ornamentation amongst all of the buildings, intertwining with trees that tower up into the sky, and dozens of wizards, acolytes gather kind of near the stairs and at the promenade that's at the base of the towers, going about and walking and talking and moving about the city, and the pleasant smells of like spices or of berries and just sweet aromas gathering through the air, and the light sounds of stringed instruments carrying through the courtyard, as the majesty of this just beautifully and very intentionally crafted elven city basically just expands outward from the towers, which standing stories above, you kind of look back up to see that the three towers made of white elf stone kind of just reach towards the sky and the clouds.
Ulthion's mood decidedly drops once you've left the library, the towers.
Oh, I hate the inside.
Oh, I prefer the outside for sure.
All right, where are we going?
Hold up. His mood drops?
Hmm?
Mood drops.
Mood.
Mood.
Attitude.
Okay. Let's make sure I heard you right.
Okay.
Mood drops. It sounds like a drug. Mood drops.
Why do you type so goddamn Godric-y?
Because I'm in the
It's
mood.
all capital and stuff.
I'm in. I'd say I'm in the mood, but I'm just in the mode.
Fucking Captain Tisms over there, dude.
We're going to find the dragon to teleport us.
Yes, we're looking for Inara.
I know that part. I mean, where?
I don't know, where did you last leave her?
Is she still here?
She said she was talking to another dragon here.
There's another dragon here. I wonder who it is.
Does anyone know where we can find a dragon?
Anyone
Any
have,
piles of gold?
anybody have the ability to reach out?
I guess.
You said you could communicate. Do the communicating.
Listen, I'm a person, not, just a machine. And then I think about it, and I look over at Locke.
Awkward.
If you want me to do something, you just gotta ask me nicely, Godric.
Can you do it?
Yes.
Please. Sorry.
Okay. Yes.
Actually,
What was her name?
Nara.
Inara. Alright, and so
About your height. Gnomish. Like to go through my shit.
Thought you said she was a dragon. Oh, she's in gnome form. Fun. It makes sense. She's normally so large that when she decided to become one of the mortals, she'd pick a smaller one for a different perspective. See, that's wisdom in action.
Yeah, I totally meant that.
You're welcome. About that vocal sword, by the way.
I'm a great DM.
And I'll take it whenever you want.
yeah.
Just slide it over.
Thought that 100% through.
Yeah. So I cast Sending to Inara. And so I whisper to myself quietly, and you see the words turn into floating text, and then they slip into an envelope that kind of floats up, like a blue glowing envelope that floats up, and then they slip in, and then it wraps into itself and poofs and disappears.
That was cool.
And so, so I asked her, I'm like, Inara, it's us. We would like to meet with you. It's important.
Okay, so a couple of moments go by, and you receive your reply.
A letter, another note, just unfolds, just out of reality in front of me, and the words slip out of the envelope as I interpret them.
Okay. That is.
I look over at Godric while
Being
he's
real
casting
dumb.
the spell. Normally it's considered quite rude to send any
Never
sort
mind.
of
Wrong
communication spell without the consent of your recipient first. At least among the elves.
Okay, there we go.
Well, I'm drawn to you, but I get the feeling that we're not going to be the best conversationalists. I'm sure we'll bond over other things, though.
I'll be honest, it's the same thing that happened with Locke. You're doing the talking, and I'm not hearing the words that are coming out of your
Then
mouth.
should I be speaking to Locke? When I talked to him earlier, he was, well, boring.
Normally that's true. As I like listen in on your conversation, but there are no boundaries that exist in the towers of high magic.
I don't know who told him that, but it seems like it came from a bully of some sort. That's quite rude.
I think her name was Eliana.
Oh, no, if she said it, she's correct.
That's devotion.
So the reply comes in, and Inara's gnomish voice kind of comes out. All right, well, you can come and meet me at the Bard's Tail.
Wonderful.
Yes.
This, perhaps,
So where are we going?
am I doing that facial expression correct?
We're going to the Bard's Tail, apparently.
Now where is that?
It's bound to be popular with the name. Like
Hold on, I passed it.
If Brooke was here, he'd look behind the goblin.
It's,
For a tail. I get it. I see what you did there.
I know, follow me. Follow me, and I start walking down the street. I get about 10 feet. I stop, turn around, and go the other way. This way. I have a great memory, but directions... It's this way.
Are we following him?
Yes, we're following him.
So as you follow him through the city streets and the winding streets, Yuvalari, from a architectural standpoint, isn't really designed that much different than Alaska is. Everything seems to be like open floor, open columns, and you can basically just peer right into most of these establishments, stores, people's homes. Even you see elves at home. Sewing or crafting, painting, just leisurely going about their normal lives. As you leave basically the promenade of the high towers, though, you start to reach some of the other areas of the city inhabited by basically non-elves. You see basically a gambit of individuals, traders and merchants, and people coming to Ilithir for advice or for work to be done. Magic services are a major export for the elves in Ilithir, and magical advice and such. A great deal of artifacts have come out of Yuvalari. They're considered to have some of the most competent mage rights just in all of Gwinnett, and if not most of the actual world itself. Maybe only competed with the other high elves, the blood elves of Eredor. But you finally arrive at the front of a 2-story white stone building with white stone building with a sign out front for most travelers to recognize called Bard's Tail, in which upon you hear gentle as opposed to the normal raucous music of calming and quiet, peaceful music coming from inside some sort of stringed instrument, more than likely like a harp, a standing harp or a sitting harp. Can't remember which one. It's a sitting harp, right? It's called the big ones, the sitting ones, right? It was just a really big freaking harp, probably.
It'd be sitting, because standing is the one you hold. Sitting is the large one that you lean into your shoulder.
Liar.
Liar. Yeah.
The one you hold is called a liar.
Yeah, that's true. I can't remember. Listen, audience, I'm sorry. I'm not a fucking harp expert. Whatever.
That was
All right? Don't at me.
You're like, what? I was like... Are we about to go?
I'm insulted!
But yeah, so you enter and there's, maybe like 24 or so patrons just kind of hanging out. And you see Inara in there speaking to what looks like another elf of some sort. Kind of has long, dark hair, drapes down the shoulders, is wearing this like green jar with this kind of gold filigree on the outside. Very, very tasteful and very elegant. Much like the rest of the clothing that the elves you've seen the moon elves wearing in the rest of the city as you walk through it. So, what are you guys doing?
Who's doing the asking? Who's gonna go? Who's doing the asking?
You are asking right now.
I'll step forward. Hello again, Inara.
Well, if it's not the Warforged, what is it that you want? I told you I was busy.
We came to ask if you could teleport us again.
She just looks past you. Wait a minute, is that you, Altheon? And she just jumps right down off the seat and walks right by you. Not even a care in the world. Altheon, my friend. It's been a while since I've seen you.
It has. Quite a while.
I know you don't recognize me because normally I'm a large dragon. And as she approaches you, it becomes obvious that she's had a little bit to drink. She's like, I know the wings are a dead
the draconic vitality doesn't transfer when they...
I'm just saying, the way she came at you, I thought you owed her money.
I don't believe I do. No, I think we should have settled that debt a while ago.
No, he doesn't owe me money anymore. Nope.
Oh. Yeah, they said you were meeting with another dragon. Is it Edixel or who's here?
I don't know if I can tell you.
Oh, well,
I don't know if I can tell you.
Go ahead and keep your secrets.
Isn't that a saying held amongst wizards? I'm not a wizard.
I mean, you're kind of it.
Either way, you're here with... Why are you here?
They've told me about an elven ruin of some sort, and I'm going to investigate.
Oh, you're with them?
Well, temporarily. Burrup's coming along too.
Burrup's here too?
Yeah, he is.
Where's he?
He went to go get my... Oh, you know what? He has no idea where I've gone. 1 second. I just continue on with them. I've got to message him.
All right. So.
That was change.
Who was I talking to? Oh, the Warforged. That's right. You, metal man over here.
Get him, luck.
What'd you need? A favor? Information? I told you everything that we knew. I thought we made our positions clear.
We're not here to change any positions. We're here to ask another favor. The tomb, the elven tomb that we're searching for.
Yeah, the one surrounded by swarming harpies. Go on.
That's the one.
Oh, I didn't tell you that the first time, did I? There's lots of harpies there. Well, I did say that it was near the harpy's nest, so that should have been self-explanatory.
Harpies aside, we were hoping you could get us there quickly. Teleporting, possibly.
You would like me to teleport you there? I have never been there.
Near there.
I only know of it because I'm ancient and wise, and I've heard the name before.
Outside, I cast the sending spell to Burrup, and I just tell him, we're at the Bard's Tail, get here quick, the dragon is very inebriated. And then a second sending spell, inebriated means drunk.
Well, we don't need to land at the front door so much as
So
just
the harp
be
player
taken nearer.
changes the song, and Nora's like, "Oh, I love this song. Hold on a moment." And she walks over to the harp player and just sits on the floor.
Trin.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but I was there. I met the composer who made this one.
Trin.
What was that?
There is a dragon
In my
who loves
second
this
or
song.
third century, I think. It was a
Go.
long time ago.
Ask
She
her
just sits,
for a dance.
puts her head and just sits.
Imagine the song title:
Listens.
"A Dance with dragons in Ilithia. Go to her, Train. Find your wife.
I'm gonna immediately go to the bar. I'm going to the barkeep.
Now he's
the bar, the
intrigued.
innkeep, whatever.
Is she cute?
Yeah, I mean,
No
Why not?
wise.
Yeah. Yeah, she's got the most gnomes that have very colorful hair. She has this almost like fading reddish to and orangish like hair at the ends, and just like a fair and moderate build for a gnome, and just has a very soft and very feminine physique.
The conspiracy
itself.
happening over there.
Yeah.
You tell me.
I'm gonna shoot my shot.
Don't do that in the tavern.
Wait a minute. Gross.
Oh, that's if
Gross.
the dance goes well.
Fair enough. That is really funny. Hold on 1 second. Let me try to catch up here on something.
We're over here looking at what dragon goblin babies would look like. And then there's two that are similar, but one's really cute and the other one's really ugly. So he points to the cute one and he goes, Disney? And he points to the ugly one and he goes, Andy's World. Disney? Andy's World.
Because I leaned over, once he said that, he's like, go shoot your shot. I was like, oh, it's like...
This is
like
Andy's world. Andy's world.
It just looks super grim darky, that's all. That's what we mean by ugly.
It's a Boy Meets World, but Andy's world. Andy's world.
Wayne's World. Andy's World, party on.
Oh.
Yeah, don't mind us, chat. We're just looking at the internet and just leaving you out of it.
100% since I chose. 100
Just Google Goblin Dragon and hit images.
yeah,
or-
Goblin Dragon. It's
Or
like
come join us on our Discord server.
Yeah,
where
let's
you
talk
can
about it.
See it when Mike copies them and uploads
Do
them.
that thing where you do the exclamation point Discord.
Do the thing.
Yeah, do that.
Do the roar.
All right.
Neat.
So
Hashtag string snipers. They're snipping our snipes. Severus Snape.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Huh?
I don't know. Who's talking? Hashtag stream snipers.
Snowy May.
I have no idea either.
all right. So I caught up. So yeah. So she's sitting down, just listening to the hard player.
Yeah, so I walk up next to her and I go, and I hold my hand out to her to take her hand for a dance.
Kind of looks at the harp player. Looks at your hand. Looks at the harp player.
Care to dance? Care to dance? Come on. You love the song.
The composition though it's a tragedy. Don't you think it's inappropriate?
It's a little macabre.
So as you listen to it, it's just like very lively and light. The notation, like the music is like this very
You can just ignore that for later.
that's annoying. I thought I had the notification sounds turned off. Alright, anyways, I'll fix that later. She's like, it's a little strange. It's a tragedy.
I elbow
A tragedy is to miss this opportunity.
Isn't that a wonderful prank?
You never know. You might
Make a
just have some
persuasion
fun.
check.
I put the dragon in an awkward position, and the goblin
Come on, don't fail me
finds out
now.
he just asked
Don't
somebody to
fail me
dance about the
now.
most depressing song I've ever heard.
Land me some love and imagination land. Ooh,
It's
I rolled
wonderful.
pretty good.
Wonderful.
Let's see. Persuasion,
Wonderful.
29.
Ooh,
29.
Damn, bro.
Damn, man, it's a good thing this is a dragon. Not a gnome.
A rose by any other form would smell sweet.
Fair enough.
Now the form needs to stay the same. That's the point of the saying. It's the name that it can change.
I love who's inside her. She's kind of cute right now.
Wait a minute.
I'm not talking about whoever she's eaten this morning or something.
Oh
So-
no, it's getting worse.
I'm a child.
You
So-
are.
I knew that already.
Hey, I'm just saying, like, you know, generals and all that. I don't mind a girlfriend who can beat the shit out of someone. I'm just saying.
She kind of looks, just like the song goes, I've done stranger stuff, and Kellandris can wait a little bit longer.
Kellandris! I don't say that out loud.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Positive. Where's... Alright, yeah. So she takes your hand.
And so I dance with her. I take the lead.
Uh-huh.
Because she's drunk.
Aww.
And I'm a gentleman.
And you're a gentleman.
He's a gentleman.
Like, I know she's probably not going to like fall and like hurt herself. She's a fucking dragon. And I kind of do like that, like, skip around dance.
Okay.
The skippy around dance. I coined it.
I love it. You could have just made up whatever name you wanted to, and it would have been fine, but you said the Skippy Around dance.
It's a goblin.
It's the simple joys of life, Andrew.
Yeah.
It's an
Well,
ancient
that's what it is
goblin
called
courting
now.
technique.
You know, goblin skippy dancing is all the rage in Finralden right now.
I feel
Oh.
validated. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
All right. So, yeah. So, I mean, you dance, you take the lead, and Borks in chat.
Borks in the chat.
Borks in
You
chat.
did it, Sasha. They're gone forever.
Yeah, you told him.
Way to go.
I've never been
She seems
so
extra
proud.
angry because it woke her up.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, you son of a bitch! I was about to catch that rabbit finally.
That's what she woke up.
And she seems to enjoy it. And I need you to make a performance check.
Ooh, I don't get to do that very often. Let's see.
He's like, I rolled a 75.
See, that's
It's my one trick.
that's real
No, the
fun.
persuasion is my one trick. I don't do very well.
Texel says, imagine she falls and fails the concentration. It just turns into a dragon and breaks everything. It's like, I'm the wings are always the problem.
It's
feel like you're
hilarious,
jetting so
but they don't
fast.
really concentrate on
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
It's
that's
kind of just a
something they have
thing
to
they do.
concentrate on.
23.
Ooh, a 23. That's good.
That's
I have a +8. 15.
So, it takes you a moment or two, but like kind of you get a feel for the song or whatever, and there's a good spot in which you decide to kind of do a very an exaggerated flourish, and to the best of your ability, you kind of give her a small twirl, and then kind of lead her out, and then bring her back, and she comes right into your arms, and then the song kind of comes to an abrupt end, and she's like, "That was wonderfully fun and amazing. I never imagined the goblin would be well versed enough in dancing and etiquette to make me feel this way."
Well, Twilight's full of surprises. I had a wonderful time, too.
It's the most surprised I've ever been by a goblin. Well, one that isn't trying to, like, harm me in some way. But, thank you. That was lovely. By the way, sure. For the favor of such a lovely little time, I will teleport you there.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I can do this now. We touched. Woo! Yay! That's what he did to a dragon.
That's fair.
Every time we
You're,
touch.
you're married now, right?
Well, she knows that's a goblin marriage ritual. We are betrothed.
What makes you think she doesn't know?
Well, hopefully she avenges her dead husband with some horrible happens.
A harpy's gonna take you away.
She will after she's done with the traditional 500 or 600 years of mourning.
The whole goblin
Wait till my
friend.
girlfriend finds out. You're gonna see. You're gonna get it.
It's 500 years.
Can you imagine I'm out?
and chilling? Is that a dragon? You killed my husband. We what?
Could you imagine like I'm out with her and I'm like, Godric, you can't talk to me like that. Are you gonna let him talk to you? No. Boom.
Oh, man.
Funny. All right, so
What have I done?
So she so are we all ready to go then?
We're waiting on Burrup.
Yes, we're ready to go.
All right, we're waiting on Burrup. Well, you should get drinks.
Be here when he's... Oh, yeah.
It might be a while. He's probably sleeping, Oltheon.
He was trying to take a nap. Damn it.
Got your story. Walking towards the bar. I want the strongest thing you have.
So this kind of very gruff looking like human with this like really bushy like huge beard that kind of goes down, and Jenny kind of looks at you. All right. How about some Fey wine?
Is it strong? I like that face. I'll take 2.
All right.
It's not gonna give me a beard, is it? Or like a feathery beard?
You know, I heard a story about a man who actually turned into a ficus from tricked out wine.
It's a bit of magic in there. It is from the Feywild. Either way,
Sure, I'll take one.
Pixies and
What
such.
is a
whatever.
ficus?
Oh, it's you know when you take like a large pile of boulders. It's not that.
10 gold pieces. Is everybody having? Partaking?
Oh,
Well, I
Even
mean,
the goblins.
fine.
I bought him one.
no,
He's having
no,
the other one.
No, thank you. I don't want any Fey
You said
wine.
you're joining.
I plan on eating within the next few days. I
You
don't
said you're
want-
joining. This is a ritual. It's what we do.
This is what you do every time?
Yes.
You drink extremely expensive wine that will probably kill one of us.
Well, last time it was dwarven. Yeah.
I look over at Inara. Are you drinking as well?
She's like, looks back at the table she was sitting at. There's like 5 empty pints. Not anymore.
I put the 10 gold down and take the 2 drinks and hand you one.
The new friendships.
Just do it, Oltheon. You're so stiff all the time.
Everyone's
Just like your
doing it.
father.
Whoa.
My father
He never
was-
had any fun. I told him for hundreds of years to enjoy himself, and he never did. Just have a drink.
Can I raise the glass?
The new friendships.
Alcarin Novinia.
Whatever the fuck that is.
I drink it. Yeah, I just go in and finish it.
I should really learn Elvish.
God, you're still drinking it. Crazy.
So Honora's like, wait, did you say you should learn Eldritch? Oh, no, never mind. You mean Elvish. Either way.
Maybe the Eldritch too.
All right, fine.
She
I drink
side-eyes you again.
I drink it.
Yes. I drink all of it.
Oh,
Given the
it's
visions
so
I saw, maybe so.
syrupy and sweet. I've never liked it. It's not for me.
The barkeep's like, wait till it kicks in.
Yes, I was actually told the last time I was out partying was for my 111th birthday. Actually, we ordered one, we drink it, and then 30 minutes later we ordered the second one. And before we finished that drink, we're just the term we use is completely and utterly giggly.
So I shouldn't have a second one.
I would not deign to tell you how to live your life.
Or end it.
But to new friends and
Has anyone ever drank in the second one? Drunk.
It's already working. Wow, I expected you to have a stouter constitution.
Oh, now it's a challenge.
Go to sheep. Give me a second one.
10 gold?
I'll put 10 gold on
And he picks up the pitcher and he's just
Actually,
like,
I'll do that.
he leans back and pours the glass, and then puts it under. Oh, you too.
You see Goddard put his glass up.
Katarina?
So he pours you a glass.
Nothing
and pushes
ventured,
it to
nothing
you.
gained.
Listen, 10 gold.
You don't.
I mean,
10 to 30, 40.
honestly,
Whatever. I'll get
there's
it.
no reason for you not to do it. Inara's already agreed to be our designated teleporter.
$40? Here's 4
40.
4 platinum?
40. Yes. Fine.
Glug,
Takes it.
You know, this is
Glug, glug, glug.
extremely expensive, right?
What else am I going to spend my
Well-
money on? It's booze and liquor and hookers.
Hookers.
Women of the night.
Boogers.
Women. Like from Lyon? Knights? The sworn of...
Have you ever been to a brothel?
Oh. No, 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 absolutely not. Never. No.
I'd say we'd fix that, but you're married.
Well, she probably wouldn't mind, honestly. No, not happening.
Go.
No.
Okay, I drink the second one.
Okay.
I drink the second one.
All right.
Takes me a little bit longer to drink this one.
Look. Yeah, tastes just like the first one, goes down the same way.
It's just disgusting. We could be drinking... We could literally be drinking Amadiran berry wine right now. It's not as strong, but it tastes amazing.
Just to clarify, I don't know what you're talking about anymore.
Oh, that's right. We already established this. You seem pretty bored.
Well, I don't eat, drink, sleep, breathe, or do any of the other things you squishy ones do.
I just can't relate to him at all. I don't know.
That's probably true.
Katarina,
Oh,
do you want anything? I'll happily let Godric pay.
I'll maybe start with just a regular wine.
All right.
Amadiran blueberry, please.
Okay. So barkeep goes and kind of takes a
not that
look at the
strong,
wine
but it's
shelf and
delicious.
pulls some down and then, you know, pours a small glass and gives it to you, a little goblet.
Thank you.
Now, it's not a cordial. It's a wine. You'd think it'd be a cordial. It's a berry, but there's a special way of fermenting in Eriador that it's just perfect.
Godric's just blinking at you again. Just...
I believe he's more worried about the potency.
Potency is another word for power.
How quickly it will get you
Virulence.
inebriated.
Strength. It's a word for strength.
So Nora's like, see, isn't this lovely? Just having a drink with some people and some friends before you go off, you know.
Certain doom.
And meet some harpies that we'll probably have an encounter with.
Not if they know what's good for them.
Well, you can skip your trip to the brothel. Harpies.
Oh, Godric.
Are you insinuating I would sleep with a harpy?
You haven't met my ex.
The bartender's hilarious.
Yeah.
I didn't know you had standards.
Well, whatever would lead you to say that I don't?
Oh my god, this is so good!
Perhaps you could do that trick that you did earlier in the study.
What trick?
Well, when you got angry. Never mind. You would.
So finally you hear, Ultion! Ultion! I'm here.
Well, we've started drinking without you.
He's holding the adventure pack, your armor, and he just goes, you drink without me? Drop. His arms
I
hang
have
down
an
the
extra
side.
drink.
It's really. It's
Did he say
12
out
feet
loud
away. You
drop?
couldn't have brought
Because
it.
I hope he did.
Yeah.
I have an extra of the Feywild wine for him because I bought 4 and we only drank 3.
I drink 2.
Yeah, he drank too.
No,
Yeah.
You both drink.
So I gave him 10 gold, or 20 gold the first time,
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
40
yeah.
the second time. So 1, 1, 1, 1, because she didn't drink one, so there's an extra one.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Okay.
That math
Just gonna share
sounds-
it with the fox.
sound-
Close enough. You guys have too much money anyways, whatever.
Don't just throw it in the fucking platinum. Ah, fuck it.
Yeah.
Right,
Alright,
David.
so
So I figure why not in front of everybody in the tavern. I start putting my armor on right there. It's a beautiful golden elven crafted armor. The thing is like the breastplate like is a very large piece of armor. He kind of just casually picks it up one-handed, puts it on. Everything looks super light. Even when Berg dropped it, it's kind of like clink. Like it didn't thud when it hit the ground.
I'm looking at my old tarnished brass.
So Brooke goes over, takes the wine, just downs it real quick, puts it down. All right, we adventure now, right?
Yes, we're going to teleport into the heart of a harpy den, and we are inebriated.
And we're going to go fuck up harpies. Sorry. Clarification.
And Nora's just like,
You look over, and the goblin has made his way to the stage.
Oh, yes.
oh
And he like drunkenly gets his little guitar out, his bardic instrument, and starts playing it. And he goes, "It's our lives, it's now or never. We're going on an adventure. We just want to live until we die."
All right, so
Start jamming
Trin,
out, just drunk.
you locate Trin at the stage, and many of the individuals inside seem rather perturbed by the sudden change of ambience in the Bard's Tale. And Nora finally just puts down drinks. She's like, "Shall we go now?"
I'm a rap star!
Yes!
Gather around.
You've offended
Gather
the
around.
harpist.
Come on, come now.
That harpist looks just aghast right now.
So once again, she makes the sign and for the teleportation spell, and every one of you just instantaneously zips out, moving through like the plains, and then coming in like a meteor. The gray spires come in like the sight, and just bam, you're just suddenly standing there, like the rush at the end of a really, really, really fast run.
Oh, I spin this goblin away from me.
And you find yourself standing at the bottom of a large zigzagging staircase that heads up the mountains and kind of carves into the side up towards the tree line, where you kind of lose sight of it in the dense, thick forest. A cool like breeze basically wafts over the area, and as you kind of scan your surroundings, the rocky basically recessed valley that you seem to be standing at is like surrounded by these massive gargantuan boulders and rocks that kind of just precariously sit in all these jagged positions scattered about. And behind you, you can barely see the beginnings of the openings of the mountain, the pass behind you that leads out to the Central Vale and the forest beyond. You hear the sounds of like some shifting rubble as it kind of falls down and cracks into the ravine with you. But no signs of anything dangerous or out of the ordinary on first glance.
So the shrine is supposed to be up the mountain.
Well, I don't think we're supposed to turn around and go the other way. Thank you, Inara.
Yeah, she's not there.
No, she just
Everywhere.
she stayed.
How does a
She
little
probably
stomach
doesn't.
even hold that much?
At that point, I start.
Magic.
It is time to climb mountains!
I start walking up the mountain.
Wait, carry the goblin. Burrup will do it.
It's so
Burrup, carry the goblin.
No.
It's like, all right, and he starts walking over to you. Why does he flinch?
I think someone hurt him.
Yes, be gentle.
Who hurt you, Trin?
So he like grabs you, like the back of your cloak and your shirt, and just like picks you up, and just puts you on his back.
Well, let's do this.
Connor continues walking, going up the zigzags.
These steps are quite interesting. They don't look like normal elven architecture.
Yeah, no. At first glance, they feel almost like they're designed to be. They're made of like natural rock. They're not like slate or crafted in any way, but they do look like they're meant to kind of blend into the mountainside. And then, of course, you like as you're looking at them, and they go up and back and forth and hit like the plateau where the higher altitude forest begins. You like lose track of them because they're so like well blended into the environment.
You could almost lose sight of it completely if you were passing by from a mile away or so.
Yeah, it's more than likely that you would not even notice, even if you were on this pass in this pathway, like whatsoever. You wouldn't even see them if you didn't know they were there.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well.
What are you seeing right
Time
now?
to do some hiking.
31 people read our channel. Hi!
Yeah, JT Stark showed up with 31 people. JT Stark is my Brawlhalla nemesis.
Brawlhalla Nemesis! Ladies and gentlemen, Raiders, thank you so much for coming to Legendary Action Official, where we play Dungeons & Dragons 5e like a bunch of badasses in my homebrew setting of Terrowyn. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much, JT. How was your stream tonight, man? I'm going to have to open it up because I don't have the stream open at the moment, so I cannot see if you were responding to me, but just know I love you.
We all love
In
you.
a very unhealthy way.
He also
Or
just
healthy way.
subbed for 15 months.
Wow,
15
thank you
months?
for 15 months, buddy. That's big times. We appreciate it. You're awesome.
Yeah.
My favorite little Canadian in this corner of the internet.
Wow, you said that with Lilith in the chat.
Hmm?
Ooh.
Yeah, well, I
Ouch.
got it, man, dude. I like Lethal, but Lethal doesn't, bring me 31 cool, awesome new people to meet.
No,
Every
Lethal just
Friday.
keeps your entire party alive so we can play again next year.
Yeah,
That's not my party.
Yeah, that's fair. To be fair, we love Lethal Lilith more than JT because
Yeah.
she saved our life.
Listen, Lethal, you're awesome, and I appreciate it. Just keep being who you are. But JT is he's a very kind of special man to me. I'm just saying
that.
He's got that beard going on.
JT's
Sorry.
cool.
You just can't compete.
JT's cool. JT makes watching marbles really fun.
His announcing is fast, quick, and
As a matter
entertaining.
of fact, wait, it's Friday, so marbles on stream today, or are you doing some painting today, JT? I'm not really sure. Not seeing it. It's loading. I'm not really sure. It's loading, I promise. There we go.
Both tonight. he
Both
said.
tonight. Awesome. See, Lethal said it's all good. Don't fucking try to create drama there, Justin. Damn, dude.
I'm backing up the one person who will keep us alive in the future.
But you're also going to antagonize the Bloodlord.
Community spotlight.
The Blood
That's
God?
awesome, man.
Which one? Tech?
Tech's
Tech is
the
the new one. Lilith and Techzil are like the angel and demon on our shoulders for the entirety of the game.
angel. Live, demon, fucking die.
Yeah,
Just
and
can't wait
then,
for one of those moments in which Tech realizes Lethal isn't here, and he's like, y'all gonna die tonight.
wow, we
No.
raised the table 4 inches and you still hurt yourself.
Wow, that is a very, very special kind of thing that just happened just now, man. I'm just
But-
saying.
If they're the angel and the devil, Sigorhite is
Sure you did.
the ancient
You did.
one. Lurking in the,
The
shadows.
forgotten one.
Yeah, the ancient forgotten
The
one that's
formless
lurking
one.
in the shadows. Never know, he might come back one day.
One day.
Murder us all.
That's true. You did save us from the Leshen.
Techzil did. That was a good fight. Lesson fight was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I got stuff going on, Techzil. I know things now.
Man, that lesson really fucked me
Oh,
up.
yes, it is so good to be back at the table, all together after
That
playing
feels
on
great.
VTT. Oh, man.
Hey,
So
hey,
much better.
So much better.
real.
We're real people. And just in case anyone's wondering, it's yes, it is a real set. No green screens here. We can touch
we
these
can
things.
touch
This
the
is
stuff.
wood and stuff. And
I love rubbing
ambient lighting. Yes.
The only thing made up is Matt. He's actually just a hologram.
A mark.
Yeah, he's a
Mark.
figment of my imagination.
He's not Matt. He's a Mark.
Which says a lot because you could have done better, man.
I think you're perfect.
perfect the way
Great.
you are.
Matt's my weird imaginary
Hey,
friend.
did Zeke ever kill anybody?
Has anybody
Directly?
in the game
Indirectly.
ever actually died from the actions
From
of the
the
game
point
store
store.
or the point
Yes.
store, or the tip store or the point store? Yeah.
Yes.
Who was it?
Thalen.
Thalen. Thalen was killed by the chat?
Yeah.
He had, so Sieg as of right now is the true blood god because he's the only person to kill somebody. Yeah, because I had like 4 disadvantages and I had,
A bunch of stuff. It was power.
yeah,
Oh, wow.
it kept going.
Good.
I remember
I'm
that.
glad the store works.
I remember that because I had an emotional breakdown afterward.
Yeah.
You're like, everybody wanted me to.
He said, I don't know if I can keep doing this, guys.
Well, okay, when you have 30 people chanting your death, it's rough on your psyche, man.
But it's only because they know you can take it.
It's not that day.
Their confidence was misplaced.
There was. Yeah,
like, you
I
know what?
broke when the camera was off.
Well,
I lost my second character that same night.
yeah.
Yeah.
They
Matt does the
and Bob
opposite.
both?
The
Listen,
chat helps him out, and
Chat.
he's like, I can't fail
chat,
twice.
you have to understand, people die.
It hurts.
But I take no personal joy in it whatsoever.
That's a lie.
To be fair,
Nice.
Voss is
dude,
probably
that was
still
a sexy
alive out
wink,
there
man.
somewhere.
That's
Yeah.
good.
I'm fucking handsome, what can I say?
Yeah, that's true.
We reviewed
I
the
can't
tape,
wait.
and we now know
You can't wait.
that was a lie.
You
Try.
can't wait. Wait, I'm sorry.
Come on.
I'm sorry, that's a really
You can't wink.
strange thing. You know, winking is just blinking with one eye, right?
I can't do it.
I can definitely do it better with one eye than the other.
You know, on the list of like life skills,
I have to
not
like squeeze my
have,
face
you
with
know,
one eye.
Can you whistle?
That was good. See you.
Inebrious
I
angel.
can't do anything cool. I can't wink.
I like that
can't
Skittle.
whistle. I
Can you
can't.
whistle?
I like
I can't
that.
do anything cool.
I
I
like
can't
that.
do like the
But play
taco
D&D.
thing. I can't do that.
But she
And
can't
that's
too bad. That means you
program
can't
like a
play-
monster.
Ring bubbles underwater.
She can put out consistent YouTube content.
Yeah,
That's true.
Yeah.
That's pretty
That's
good.
true. I've
That's
done that
that's
for
talent.
for 3 months.
And you, 3
Consistency.
months.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
3 months, it's almost
consistently.
been entirely on one subject, and it's still relevantly good.
Yeah.
This week I did. I posted on Thursday instead of Wednesday because I was just playing too much Stardew Valley and didn't edit my video in time.
That's okay. Ask Mike about his editing after the show. Talk about editing.
or uploading
yeah,
the intro or whatever.
I still think it's, Justin was telling us, he's like, yeah,
Look,
I looked
Mike,
at her
we get
like,
it.
we are
We love
billions,
to
and she
procrastinate.
messaged me,
That game is
asking
so
if I
hard.
played it, and then, so I've been like, no, but I finally got it, and she messaged me, she's like, did you play it yet? And I was like, yeah, and she's like, yeah, that new fucking is hard, it fucking sucks.
I
It is
think
not easy.
I think at the point I'm at, I have like 3 different levels I can go to, and I've failed each of them like 7 times.
Wow.
And I can't get past any of them.
It's not an easy game.
It's really difficult.
They are billions. What they're referencing isn't the zombies, it's the amount of retries you've selected.
Yeah. They are billions as the zombies.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that game
there's
is
a lot of
that game
them.
is so hard.
Oh man. So, all right. So we're gonna get through this, get into this here real quick. So,
You'll find out when you're
standing on this hidden, like mountain pass.
in the game.
That leads up to supposedly this shrine of the elven nature goddess Kilvandria. I mean, what do you guys want to do? So I know you. I mean, obviously, Burrup the bugbear just picked you up and put you on his shoulders, and you guys are a little bit inebriated from the
Yeah, that's
I'm
the
fine.
free gaming that
so,
happened. But
so responsible. Get drunk, get teleported to the temple, and then fight all the harpies.
He's sobered up a bit.
Oh yeah.
a little bit puking helped.
Why is there no harpies?
Are you complaining?
Because we got lucky.
I wanted to kill something.
Huh.
I'm sure we'll find them or they'll find us soon enough.
At that, Godric rears back. Just
Rears back. Are you a centaur?
I hate you. He rears his head back and just, where are you? Very loudly into the, is drunk Godric, is how this is.
Godric, you killed 2 tankards of Fey wine. Isn't that enough?
No?
Okay. Well,
And then nothing happens and he's like, damn.
at least they know we're coming.
Yeah, that means that they'll be prepping, which means there'll be more of them.
Okay. Up the path. How about a marching order?
I would like to be in the middle, if that's all right.
I'll take front.
All right.
I'll go in the back. I'd like to read on this particular area while we're walking. So if somebody who, maybe Locke, if you could just be directly in front of me and let me know if I'm about to trip.
I can do that.
Great.
All right. Yeah, so you guys set up the mountain path, journeying up, hopefully towards this this temple that, hopefully maintains the tomb of one of the 5 dragon knights, and maybe some sweet loot. Hopefully, a weapon, anything capable of helping you deal with the fact that I don't know, dragons are your sworn enemy at the moment.
Give me a net
All
of
of them.
dragon. Can I get a net
Just all
of
of them.
dragon catching?
A net of dragon catching.
That'd be a heck of a net.
Talk about that one. Talk about that one
It's just like a
afterwards.
butterfly net, but huge.
Huge. You're just like.
It's that Bollywood movie where they launch those giant cloth streamers over the enemy army and trap them under it. Super cool.
There we go. Yeah, I know what you're talking
Super
about.
cool.
So, you kind of follow the path up and out of this recessed canyon, and finally head up to the forest and the edge of it. And as you kind of look back, the ground stops being more or less just hard rock and stone, and kind of gets alluvial, and there's more soft dirt on top.
Problem
but it's
solved.
filled with just green and lush grass all the way up to the top, and runs right up into the forest. The sounds of birds and general wildlife kind of flutter about. You pass by a kind of a small running stream in a cool pool of water, surrounded by these almost not necessarily statues, but some sort of markers or stones. They don't have anything written on them, but they're very
cairns?
they're very perfect in their design, and the shape, squares, slabs of square stone kind of surrounding this pool of water. Based on the position of the sun and kind of the weather, you guys still early midday-ish or so, and it takes you the better part of an hour, 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so, maybe close to 2 hours to actually get up to this pool of water, where you decide to take a short break. And Burr Up the Bugbear kind of just lets his fox companion out, Misha, and she kind of just runs around and kind of darts through the tall grass and, rolls in it and, plays and chases this butterfly around the outside. And Burr Up just kind of sits and lounges in the grass, finds a good spot, and takes a short nap. After which maybe 10 minutes is apparent that he's completely asleep with no problem, no issues whatsoever. It's quiet and pleasant with the sounds of the running water just kind of coming into this pond, and the sounds of the wind kind of catching some of the larger rocks and kind of spaces or ravines where you can kind of see through, makes these very eerie and very haunting, whistling sounds, kind of just carries down the valley. After resting at this pool of water, you continue your journey up as you begin to finally realize that you're hitting the apex of this staircase carved into the mountain, and it kind of plateaus and opens up in front of you, just flattens, and you see a majestic and very complicated non-elvish design structure that kind of just rises out of the natural rock. These spires and this large, tall, probably 15-foot tall, sort of doorway. And inside just pure dark as you look through it. And there's almost a strange, low, very, very low, almost non-detectable, almost soft beat that just goes through the air, coming from the inside at the heart of this temple. As you look at it, you do recognize emblem from the Seldarine for Calvandria is kind of at the top over very, very ornately, but very weather-worn. And if you weren't trained in like the religion and an expert on the Seldarine as a cleric, it would be non-decipherable, even to those who might be experts in speaking or reading Elvish. It basically is just a welcoming message to those who worship her and are to be protected by the goddess of those who come here to pay tribute inside the mountain.
Can I would it be investigation, or can I attempt to listen to the?
You can do whatever you want.
Okay, I might need your help on selecting.
He did it!
Yeah, every time.
At least once a session.
I want to.
My players are told their players have autonomy. They can do whatever they want in the world.
I might need help deciding what ability or skill because it's been a while. I want to listen to the beating that's coming from the entryway, and see if it like reminds me of like a heartbeat or if it's more erratic than that. Because you said there's just a steady beat.
Mm-hmm.
So basically I'm trying to listen to determine what pattern beat. I want to try to listen more for the beat to see what it is, to try to tell if I know what it is, I guess.
So are you listening for a pattern or trying to identify the source of the beating?
I'm going to identify the source of the beating.
I'm going to be the source of the beating.
Yeah, if you don't get to the fucking point.
So, investigation then, I think.
Don't be mad at this, Twitch.
That's definitely investigation.
Or perception. Because I'm trying to perceive the noise.
Hold on, let me think about it for a second. I'm gonna go with make an investigation check. Yeah, no take backsies investigation, especially based on that reaction.
Nice.
14.
14. You're not really sure. It seems natural. You can kind of bend down and put your hand on the ground and kind of listen to it. It feels familiar though. It reminds you of an old saying from your shaman that like the grounds themselves, the ground itself, like the world itself, is like kind of a living thing, and the spirit of such is always in existence. That the world is like the world is a natural, it's a living thing that, you know, you just kind of harken back to these old teachings from your shaman about when you're a child, you know, because the shaman would teach everybody. So
Looks like this is the place. Let us go in.
Oh, it's definitely the place. But we have seen no evidence of harpies. Before we go in, perhaps we should set a strategy, a tactic, a plan.
I run at them and kill them.
Okay, so he's decided his strategy. How can we maximize that?
Stay out of my way.
Is this new to you? Is this not something
That has been effective since the beginning.
It just seems like plans usually fall apart quickly.
I look what is there. I find the biggest thing on the battlefield. I go kill it.
Well, if you're patient, you make a plan, then you make a secondary plan and a tertiary plan. That way, if the first one falls apart, you execute the second.
Begin walking towards the doorway.
Well, we're going with the first part, it seems.
I'll bring out my drift globe to help us see a little bit better.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Thank you, old family heirloom.
I like it. Well, I will... Don't worry, I'll protect you. I'm looking at Burrup, not you.
Oh.
Burrup standing, you know.
At eye level.
Yeah, I walk towards the doors, and they're open, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
well, there's no doors. It's just a doorway.
Oh,
Like a
doorway?
large, like
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm going right in.
There is a door, there's just no door in the way.
yeah.
I still hate you.
Fair enough. So, so as you kind of light up your drift globe, you can see a little bit more clearly now that there's basically a large entry hallway. And as you all enter it, it begins to descend into the mountain with these very intricately designed, like inlaid elven style steps, and there are tall columns that kind of just flank out on either side as it descends. And intermittently, there will be the visage of this, basically just the face of this goddess, this elven, beautiful elven woman, just kind of looking down. And as you descend, 10 feet, 20 feet, 25, 30, going down this large staircase, like the visage goes from the face to like fully embodied, and like almost like the statues are telling a tale of just the goddess doing different things, like praying or crying or holding a bird, and it changes every so often. And finally you come to like the bottom where it levels out, and there's actually like a physical door and barrier now at this point, made of inlaid and beautifully carved like woodwork in the visage of the goddess Kelvandria. It looks like it's been worn, and it's kind of overgrown with like spider webs, so you kind of push through them and move them around, and you can see spiders on the various strands just kind of scatter and take back up into their hiding places.
I walk up to the doors and...
Wait, hold. There was a welcoming sign at the entrance that said, basically, those who venerate her were protected, but I don't think you do. Maybe we just make sure that there's no wards or anything on it. It is old, and it has been closed this entire time. Please. Allow me to check it first.
Just looks, she kind of just points to the door.
I would like to examine this door.
Okay.
2 minutes later.
I'm specifically looking for just anything that I think might be a ward or something dangerous.
Like some sort of protective ward, like on the door.
Looking for stuff magical in nature, not like traps or mechanical stuff.
Okay, yeah, make a make an Arcana check.
I'm gonna hit Yamcha. You ready?
Yeah, hit the Yamcha.
I got an 8. It never works for me, man. No, you tell me to hit Yamcha. It never works.
I'm just stating that so far Yamcha's been he's a little rusty.
Why you gotta beat up on Yamcha, dude? Everybody else does.
It's getting better. It's getting better.
I think you gotta hit him with it.
Yeah, it can't bounce. It can't roll off. It's gotta bounce off.
Like, fuck you, Yamcha.
That's exactly what I rolled.
I want to express every time I hit Yamcha the same dice.
Yeah.
All right, so what was the roll?
11.
What was the roll?
8
An 8
total.
You see basically what looks like maybe were some sort of protective seals and stuff, but they've been scratched out.
Okay. Well, I'd like to say that it's safe. I'll go ahead and open it. Would you like to be first?
You already said.
You've already said it. Go ahead. That's
Yeah,
fine.
thank you. I open the door.
All right. So you open it, or you attempt to, and you push on it. And one side basically opens, but it takes a lot of effort to just get it to just like budge open, or like just pushing on it. But the left side, you get it like maybe a quarter like push, and it's obvious it hits something on the other side, like just stops, like just hits something just outright and just won't go any further.
Interesting.
I'm gonna lean past the door and see what's blocking it.
Okay. So you kind of you kind of like lean in, struggling to kind of see what's in there. Katerina kind of very generously pushes the drift globe just a little bit further, and it just kind of floats forward. As you look inside, there is a massive body of something on the other side that has perished. Some large creature is just laying on the door, and its like hand is like basically was like holding onto it and just draped and fell in front. Looking at it at first, you assume right away that it's some sort of giant, but it's not a hill giant. And as you look very closely, you see that there's just a hole where there is missing one very large giant eye in the center. And then you realize that it's the body of a very, very large cyclops that has fallen and dead.
I
But
grab.
very closely, when you look at it, something has been eating it or ate it at one point. Parts of it are missing and skin has been like basically peeled off, and you can see the bones in the back and the spine. Some rather large predator had chased this thing down or found it, hunted it, or eaten and killed it. Its weapon is just like laid on its side, broken, covered in dust and dirt.
I would like to roll a history check to see if there's something a displacer beast would eat. If a displacer beast would eat this.
Yeah, sure, make a history check.
Yamcha.
I fucked up. 10.
I fucked up.
Cyclops are way too big to be prey for displacer beasts. There's
That's what
no
I
way.
figured. That's why I said. I reach down and I pull Gwendolyn out.
Mm-hmm.
We may have a problem. There is a.
So as you do, you pull it out. There's an almost elemental reaction, and the lightning enchantment on your blade sparks and discharges without you activating the command word and strikes the wall, throwing chunks of it onto the ground.
Wait a minute. Where did you get that blade?
I traded it for it. And then, yes. Why?
I'd like to examine it later if you don't mind.
If it doesn't shock the shit out of me, maybe. Did you see that? A lightning bolt. But besides that, there's a fucking cyclops on the ground.
How far into the room can I see with my dark vision?
If you were to go approach the door and like look all the way in.
Yeah, I'm standing fairly close to him, so I'm just gonna kind of.
Okay. Yeah, so as you lean
more.
in, it looks like a very large chamber, and you can see like basically the shrine itself, or what looks like some sort of shrine or initial shrine or waiting area. You can see what looks like not necessarily pews, but definitely spots to leave like tribute and protection, and what looked like maybe had been like not vases but planters where something probably used to grow out of it, and you can see like the residue of like moss and stuff is like kind of just growing everywhere, just wildly covering everything and just green. So like based on your dark vision, you can tell that there's this like lush environment growing on the inside. You can very distinctly hear like dripping water and parts of running water somewhere coming from deep within, and there's a almost like false light coming from somewhere in the back of the room. But aside from this dead cyclops that's barring the door, you don't see anything else.
How long does it look like the cyclops has been decaying here?
Make a medicine check.
21.
21.
Nice.
Based on the rate of decay, it's hard to tell because it's been eaten on, but you're guessing 4 to 6 months.
Oh, that's pretty recent, actually. Keep your eyes open. If the door was shut, then whatever killed it might still be in here.
Why did when I pulled Gwendolyn from her sheath, the lightning arced from it uncontrollably, even before I ignited the enchantment.
I believe it may be because that's an elven weapon, and we're in an elven temple. I could be wrong, but I'd need to examine the weapon at some point, but it's lashing out in some form. What you carry is practically, not necessarily an artifact, but it's
It's a relic, I know this.
sort of one of a kind.
A gnome told me.
Interesting. Well, I have nothing to fear here. I venerate Kilvandria as much as I venerate the rest of the Eldream.
I begin walking in.
Yep, I'll go with you.
I'll walk forward and wait for everyone else to come in because I need a driftwood.
I can't see.
Yeah, I'll come in with. I'll sort of like send the driftwood about a few. What I think you can go like 30 feet away from me, so
Yeah.
I'll send it out like 30 feet so it can kind of light up the room some more.
Well, we might have trouble. Be on guard. If something is here that can be predator to a cyclops, be careful.
We're always careful.
Where is that?
Sometimes.
Lothian,
Yes,
you want to lead the way?
I could do that.
You know it a bit more than I do.
Well, I've never been here.
Well, an elf made it, I imagine.
I have. True, I'm sorry for being a bit melancholy. It's just that seeing temples like this reminds me of the fact that the elves have fallen so far from grace. At one time, this place would have been populated and busy. What?
That didn't sound like regular fucking water, man. It made a gross ass noise. I was like,
Well, it's pretty standard, like cave water. Leaking from something, I'm sure. Maybe there's a fountain in here. Yeah, I'll lead the way, though.
All right.
I don't get like smited when I walk through the door, do I?
Boom! It just shoots candles on fire. Katarina and her dark magic just explodes. Yeah. So, no, that doesn't happen. Upon entering, you guys basically kind of, have to shimmy through the door to get past and move around the Cyclops. The chamber, as you kind of move through it towards the shrine at the end, there is what looks like an area of the back of the back left side on the kind of like around the corner has been like almost like there was some sort of explosion and it's just been kind of like blown out, and it opens up into what looks like a much larger like cave system of some design, all natural, but there is another set of stairs that kind of continues to head downward. And on the inside immediately, like on the left-hand side, there's something written in Draconic that just kind of runs along its side, like they're just in large letters.
what's it read?
It reads,
Abandon all hope, ye who
abandon all hope, ye who enter here.
Or here there be dragons.
Yeah, for here be. It's dangerous to go alone. Take one of these.
Fuck, dragon killing sword. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. It's
any dragon.
no, it doesn't say any of that, motherfuckers.
Any sword is a dragon killing sword if you swing it hard.
That's kind of true.
So I just accidentally
whole-
metagamed like crazy. I looked over at the shelf of minis and I was like, do any of these look newly painted?
The big hole in the wall. Can I tell if it was like by which side the rubble is on? If it was blown out from like this side or from the cave out into the shrine?
Make an investigation check.
Okay.
Investigate.
Oh my
Investigate
goodness.
better.
Investigate better.
Oh, I have advantage on invest. Oh no, wait, that's only with my. Yeah, I don't think this applies. 9.
9.
I like the nonverbal. That's only with my.
My eyes of minute seeing. That's what it's called.
Based on it, it looks like somebody broke it down from inside the shrine to open up the wall to head down the stairs. Anyway, so it basically it reads.
So as
Follow the path and reach the heart of the mountain. I'm making sure he has time to write it down.
Thank you. Okay.
The grace of Kelvandria, or by the grace of Kelvandria, is laid to rest the warrior Marlena.
Marilena.
Subtitles say sounds of
Yeah.
aggressive note-taking.
Yeah, exactly. Marlena. Yep.
So Godric kind of walks up. You see him place his hand and almost trace along the Draconic as he actually begins speaking it to kind of like make sure he's saying it right as it's just coming through. It's just like, okay. Just like mumbling that you're not entirely sure what he's saying as he reads out the Draconic to make sure he's pronunciating it right. And he tells you what it says.
Yes, I speak Draconic. I can read it well. Your accent is actually pretty decent.
I was told that, Nemrath.
Marilena, that sounds familiar.
Was it the Dragon Knight?
I'm sure it was, but I'm pretty sure I've read about her in my book. I am going to pull out, not the Librum of Thessinia.
Not the thesaurus.
I'm going to pull out my Tome of the Historian. And just start flipping through that, seeing if I can find mention of her name.
Okay. Go ahead and make your check.
Make your check.
Check. Want to borrow that? Is okay?
Yes.
Borrow that? Okay.
Yes.
No. Don't you cross this.
You didn't hit Yamcha.
I know. 15 total.
Checks it just said,
How much?
get the holy
15?
water and just spoke in tongues.
Yep,
15? Yeah. I mean, it's pretty much what you thought it was. She was one of the Dragon Knight representative of Ilithir.
Yep, so this is definitely the Elven Dragon Knight. You know, the thing that's fascinating is whether it's this book or anything from the library or the Vault of Laws back home, there's just nothing. It's like there's a bit of knowledge that we can learn all kinds of things about them up until they started fighting in the war. At that point, it's like, and they won, goodbye. I don't understand why the historians would have done it that way.
Sometimes while you're fighting, you just don't have time to write shit down.
Or
I usually
they
do the
didn't.
writing after.
Or they didn't do it that way, and it was disposed of afterwards.
Interesting. Why would they want to do that, though?
Well then.
Does your
Why
book name the other Dragon Knights?
Just the book. This book is mostly focused on the elves, but I can see. I'll flip through and see if I have any of the names of the other Dragon Knights in the book, or if I can just remember them from reading anyway.
So you want to make a history check now, or you just or
Well, I think that'd be. I don't know if I can roll a second history check since it's a different, same subject, different focus. I guess is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm just looking specifically for the names of the other Dragon Knights.
Okay.
20 total.
So you're pretty sure you don't know all of them, but based on like your just immediate memory without having access to any kind of additional supplemental like material to help confirm them.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know where they were from, but you remember the names of two of the Dragon Knights, one being Orlan and the other being Bastin.
Well, I can't confirm this without doing some more research, but I'm willing to bet Bastin is from Lior. It just seems to fit their naming conventions.
I guess it's time to continue heading down then.
That's more information than we've had about the Dragon Knights this whole time.
Looks quite useful.
Is Gwendolyn sparking anymore, or like, is like the energy?
It's definitely active. the sword is active, but it hasn't had any kind of, it hasn't jolted or sparked any kind of elemental energy or magic since that first one.
I leave it out and I continue down the stairs.
Anybody else want to do any other checks or anything? Lock, Trin.
I would like to peer around. Survival check-ish. Trying to see if there's any signs of this monster that eats cyclopses.
That's fair.
Okay, so you just want to like search for signs of anything, any kind of predator that's been in the shrine?
I use Grumpy Grump as a watchtower.
Okay.
Ever vigilant. I will protect our party.
Okay, make a check. Survival check, please.
Jesus.
Angrier.
Natural 20.
You can do better.
Pretty close.
Roll so hard. Roll hard.
I went to Canada.
On this legend dice tray. I roll bold. Hard. Let's see. So, survival.
Okay, Dewey Cox.
21.
A 21?
50,000 didgeridoos.
As you're kind of up high, looking, you kind of like end up taking a glance at the ceiling just haphazardly.
Oh no.
And
Looked at the ceiling.
there is like a stalagmite that's kind of coming down, right? And it looks fairly
If it's a
sharp. And at
spider,
first it doesn't mean
freak
anything
out.
to you, but as you kind of look, something when the drift globe moves and to follow Katarina, there's like a shimmer off of it. So you kind of like tap Burrup. You kind of like stand up on his shoulder and you reach up and you kind of grab it and it's lodged in there and you pull it down and look at it and it's really hard, like scale-like, and it's kind of blue or bluish, and it's hard to really tell for sure when you kind of adjust to look in the light, and it does look kind of like bluish, but there's like maybe fur as well of some sort. You're not really sure. Like, it could be hair from the Cyclops, maybe, but it's definitely some sort of bluish scale that you just kind of pull off of it.
I look back towards the Cyclops that we left behind. Blue furry scales.
More like not like a hard scale like you would find on like a dragon per se, but
Yeah, like not like plating scale.
not plating scale, not chitin, but like almost like maybe it was shedded, and it almost has like a reptilian feel to it. Like almost maybe it's sort of soft and pliable, and there seems to be like almost a gradient stripe on it.
Lock.
What?
Dude.
What is that?
Cyclops have scales.
No.
Dude. This doesn't look dragony. As I'm like kind of like laying across his shoulders and like holding it up, trying to like catch the light of the drift globe. It doesn't really look dragony.
All right, I roll to inspect it, I guess. What should I roll here?
No, you tell me. What are you
Arcana,
trying to do?
Are you
maybe?
trying to identify what it goes to
Yeah.
or what it might go to?
What the hell it's made of?
Body parts.
Well, sure.
I'm not a scientist.
All right, let's do a nature check to see if I
Jim, I'm a
recognize
bog, not a scientist.
where this
Damn it, Jim.
thing came from. Or yeah,
What are we rolling?
nature.
Nature? Okay.
What is the nature of this thing?
Oof. Ouch. Oh, that's a 7.
A 7?
Yeah.
You identify that it almost for sure is almost has some sort of like reptilian relation in some way. you're not 100% sure. Like, you can't really pinpoint it. So you kind of bring it over, and as you kind of bring it near Godric, it grounds to Gwendolyn, and lightning just leaps off of Gwendolyn, and it hits the scale. And when it does that,
put that down.
You're pretty much spot on 100% convinced that for some reason, either by purpose or by just happenstance, it seems that Abahir has decided to nest inside the shrine.
Abahir.
Would I recognize the Abahir?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Abahir.
Neat.
I can do it, Wizards of the Coast too. I see Google was Abahir.
Yeah, if I know about it, I'm gonna take a look. Oh dear.
Abahir.
Yep. Giant lightning lizard.
Beware these creatures, for their gaze brings certain death. It's like WebDM, but let's make a WebDM website. Not WebDM, WebMD. Like a WebMD website, but like kind of like when you go, but it's for like D&D monsters. So like just like normal WebMD, when you go there, it's like you have cancer and you're dying. Like, not calling anyone out at the table, but like when you know it's not necessarily the case, you have like foot fungus or something, but it's like, no, you're talk to your doctor, you got like 6 months. But you make that, but it's like D&D monsters, and it's like, no, you are fucked. It's like, we found this in a cave. It's
small
like,
humanoid footprints in the sand, you're dead.
Yeah.
Small humanoid.
You have at least 10 minutes to live.
That's fine. Well
then.
But there.
Your sword's going to be mostly useless.
Noticed a lot of lightning enemies lately, bud.
And then sheath the sword, and then...
At least it's not a blue dragon.
That's true.
Or is it?
Or
Lock.
is it?
Look, can you,
He did roll really low.
Can you do me a favor? Can you grab me my adamantine greatsword from the bag?
I
How
just
do you fit a greatsword in the bag?
open the bag and let you reach in for it.
Pull out my fucking adamantine greatsword. Yeah, good to see you again. And I place it on my shoulder.
Peel off the as seen
It's a
on
magic
TV
bag.
sticker.
Fantastic.
As seen on TV. It works. Well, looks like we have a stupid lightning lizard to go kill.
Woo! I don't know much about them. I've seen drawings of them. Murals, really. They're large.
Gross multi-legged creatures.
I mean, we're multi-legged.
Some more gross than the others.
Do you think it went down this way? And I'll sort of gesture down the tunnel that we're about to head down.
Well, we've got to follow the path anyway, right?
Came to a realization. And I'm thinking about it more. Let's go on. We're going to have to kill it. Probably.
We'll make friends with it.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, they are natural enemies of dragons.
Well, if you make friends with something, they're no longer your enemy, so you
And I have
done more than
and
kill
I came
them.
to the new knowledge that apparently these hold a dragon. So there's a chance it
Wait,
solely tries to
does
kill me.
your pets hold a dragon?
Yes. So bad. No, the runes.
Oh. We'll have to talk about that at some point too, I'm sure.
Yes, but if it can sense that I'm somewhat akin to a dragon, its sole job will be to kill me. If what I remember is correct.
So,
Or
Maybe with any luck, it's moved on and it's not here anymore.
Or it's dormant.
Or
Dormant. Big word. Good job.
as a creature created by giants, a giantkin might be looked on with some favor.
We can only hope.
More than likely, we're gonna get a lot of scorching.
Our luck has never been that good.
Well, if we, I don't know, we're a well-grounded team. We should do okay against lightning.
Unfortunately, literally, him and me, that's our specialty.
Electricity
Yes.
is yours. I'm confused. Well, I understand the sword had some.
All he does is throw
Electric
lightning.
Really?
Well, not exclusively.
More
But
often than not.
it is what comes to me easily. I am a wizard. I'm sure you're aware of the differences in different schools of magic. A lot of the magic I know is actually recalled as my memories return. For some reason, lightning comes easily.
Say, meteomancy, I believe, for storms.
But let's go confront the here.
Well, either way, we have to go that way.
I start going down. I would start moving down the steps. We'll continue to move down the steps after the discussion.
I'll stay behind him, but I'll keep the drift globe out in front.
Behind him, but still pushing.
I'm right behind you, buddy.
Dude, the here's are fucking cool.
And massive.
They're fucking huge.
Literally.
Says the
Class
guy who's
huge.
8'5".
I know, right?
You know what?
Massive Goliath. You're talking about how big
I'm just.
fucking Bahir are.
I am honestly thinking about like a Bahir. I'm like, I'm a really big dude. Can it fucking eat me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Godric, you seem like the type who's going to charge first and figure out a plan after, if at all.
If it wants to talk, I'm willing to talk. But I have no hesitations of killing it.
Well, no, I'm not. It's a
Yes.
base monster, right? Okay. If you'll allow me to cast a spell upon you.
He shrugs.
So Ulthion closes his eyes, holds his hand out, and just starts muttering for a bit. Please give him the strength he needs to continue this. And then he places his hand upon your shoulder and casts Death Ward.
Hey.
I cannot die!
Hmm.
Once.
I hunt. Cool. I continue on. Excited. Let's see what it befalls us.
Did you roll that actually?
What, the 10? Yes.
Yeah. I was wondering how that popped up out of nowhere.
It's just strength save? What?
What? What is that? I had some.
So,
What?
the staircase kind of basically heads like straight down and kind of winds a little bit, and like as you move kind of further down the steps, maybe about 10 feet in, a very similar styled like drawn or painted mural, much like the one on the paper that you got from the archives,
Ooh.
is kind of on the left hand side, and it depicts what looks like an elven warrior riding atop a kind of worn, it's hard to tell, so maybe a very large like brass dragon, and kind of coming down and engaging like a very similar looking, very large and foreboding dragon, much like the one that was already drawn or redrawn, basically from the mural. The dragon is just massive with a wingspan that just stretches outward, dwarfing the size, and you're kind of walking and following this mural as it's just expanding down this path of stairways that kind of just descend slowly. It comes to like an abrupt end, and you, as the drift globe kind of goes out, you realize that the staircase then turns into a like large suspended thin bridge that is only held up by these natural rocky pillars that are interspersed like every 10 feet and crosses a massive chasm. But from below you can hear the sounds of like water splashing and kind of running up against these rising columns. But above you, you hear the sounds of bats. And then it turns into hundreds of bats. And then as you kind of look up and kind of push the drift globe, you see that there are hundreds of these very small cave bats dwelling around 5 or 6 of these very large dire bats that kind of just shrug, and you can see them kind of just almost like swinging a little bit from the ceiling. And then like one reaches out its wingspan and just kind of stretches and brings it back in, wrapping itself in. And you observe that for a moment. And then it dawns on you that if you disrupt them, this would be a really terrible place to be knocked off the bridge by them swarming you. Until next Friday.
Ooh.